Hello, everyone. Tis me. Tis. Let me just make sure this is good. Yep. And. Yep. Woot. And time to start. And for the first time in almost a year. Good lord, because I want to say I started doing this in February last year. Pardon me. I'll have to double check, but I want to say I started doing this in February last year. For the first time in about a year, we're actually looking at a core set because we did alpha slash beta slash unlimited, which, pardon me, I apologize. This cough will die one of these days, hopefully before I do. Anyway, alpha came out in August of '93, and shortly thereafter, beta came out. And there were two differences between alpha and beta, one visual and one not. Let me just pull up. Let's go Ancestral Recall. Let's go for the original print. Will this work? Open image, a new tab. If you take a look at this card and you hold any card up in front of you, any card at all, okay? I've got an island. If you take a careful look, you will notice that the corners here are rounder than usual. Let's open up beta. Watch the image here. Forget the rest of what's on the screen. Watch the image where Ancestral Recall is. Okay. Let's do this a little more. There. So there's alpha. There's beta. Watch these corners here. I'll do that again. This is beta. This is alpha. Notice that there's a little more cut around the corner on alpha, and the beta ones are a little more square. It's not a big difference, but it is a difference. And as a result, if your deck was alpha, like had cards from alpha and beta and so forth, you'd be able to tell the difference between your alpha cards and your beta cards because the alpha ones had rounder corners. And it was only specifically that set. Everything from beta onward, including cards from like the most recent sets, you know, including stuff from Lorwyn Eclipsed. I'll go forward one more. There's your rounder corners. Now I'll pull up Moon Shadow, or and now again, watch the corners. Notice how far out the corner comes here. If you're on a computer, you can put put your pointer here, and if you're not, even just put like your fingernail there. If you're on a mobile device, and then watch. Okay. So we'll go back to beta. And I'll pull up Moon Shadow. And the corners match. Notice the corners here. They match what's being used for the actual physical card. So every set from beta to, at this point, Lorwyn Eclipse is the most recent set. Every single set since beta uses the same physical look of the card. In fact, are you? Yes, I have one card from Alpha. It's not an amazing card. But I have one card here from Alpha. And let's see if I can get this to work. You might be able to notice that. And then here's a card from a much more recent set. And I will overlap these. So the newer card is behind. And if you take a careful look, see if I can. I don't think this is going to quite work the way I want it to. Nah. It's paying too much, the camera's paying too much attention to me. But needless to say, there is an actual noticeable difference in the corners between them. And yeah, we've been using the same corners after alpha, basically from beta onward. And fortunately, like a game like Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have that issue. Not going to get a debate about opinions of the game, because their cards are square. And I think I have... yeah, I have a Yu-Gi-Oh deck with me. And, you know, their cards are a lot smaller. But if you notice, the corners on their cards are actually pretty square. I have a Yu-Gi-Oh deck because working at a game store, I had decided at one point I wanted to actually learn how to play. So I'd have a better understanding when people said stuff of what they were actually talking about, etc., etc. Same with getting a trainer kit for Pokemon. I wanted to actually understand just enough about the game so I had an idea what people were actually saying. But this is my bread and butter here, playing Magic. As you can tell, because I stream about it now. So, that's the one difference between alpha and beta, is the corners themselves. The other difference is if you open link a new tab, and then I'll go to beta, and open link a new tab, and I'll explain in a moment. I'll just go to a very obvious piece of information. Limited edition alpha, 295 cards. Forget the rest is irrelevant. Limited edition beta, 302 cards. What? There's 7 cards, and if you start looking, Animate Wall, Armageddon, Balance, Endless Hero, Black Ward, Blaze of Glory, Blessing, Blue Ward. But that's the same on both lines. I mean, apart from the corners, but that's the same on both lines. What's the difference? Obviously, this means there are 7 more cards in beta than there were in alpha. The first is that in alpha, each basic land, okay, your islands, your mountains, your swamps, your plains, your forests, had 2 different arts to it. Beta gave us 3. Let's just fast forward down to the bottom. Okay, this is beta. You've got 3 different images for your mountains and your forests. If I fast forward down to the bottom for alpha, well, now you only see 2. So, 5 basic land types, an additional art for all 3 of them, or for all 5 of them. That's 5 of the 7 cards. Still missing 2 cards. 2 cards that were part of a cycle. If you take a look at the dual lands, okay, which starts here with Badlands, okay, there's none on this row. 4, 8, 9. If you remember from discussions of things like Ravnica, there's 10 guilds, each one represented by a pair of colors. But there's only 9 dual lands. What happened? Three on this row, 4 on this row, 3 on this row. Notice that back then they had this interesting pattern in the middle to help give a visual indicator that, hey, this is a land that can tap for more than one color. And we eventually got to something like that with our dual lands these days. In fact, if you go and take a look at, what's a good example? Abandoned campground. You'll notice that instead of being, 2 colors that are alternating in their color scheme, we actually start with one and we blend in towards the other. But it's the same concept. It's the same idea. It's a visual indicator. But why do we have 9 here and 10 here? Because the one that we are missing, if you just look down near the end, tropical island, tundra, underground city, plains. Tropical island, tundra, underground city, volcanic island. The additional land art for the basics was not a necessary thing, but in my opinion, it's a nice to have. I don't know if they meant to have 2 land arts for alpha, and then, hi Anna. Now, the $1 million question is, are you an actual person or are you a bot? Because I've been getting a lot, well, I shouldn't say I've been getting a lot of bots, but I've been getting enough bots on here lately that I'm like, who or what are you? And if you suddenly ask me if you can do, if I can add you to a thing, or can you do some work for me in terms of, the way my stream looks or whatever, No, and if you start spamming something, you're getting banned. I'm letting you know this up front because, like I said, I've been getting that a lot lately. Anyway, so yeah, whereas as I was saying, Volcanic Island didn't originally exist, uh, and it got missed in the original file. So they turn around, reprint it into 10th edition or into not 10th edition, into beta. The other card, again, part of a cycle, and this time, as you can probably tell, we're looking in the white section. We're looking at Circles of Protection. And if you count, whoops, get there eventually. After Castle, you get blue, green, red, and white. But there's 5 colors. You're missing COP black. There's COP black. Blue, green, red, white. We have the other 4. They missed it in alpha, so when they printed beta, and that makes up your 7 cards. So, all that is to say that since the days of Unlimited, and the difference between Unlimited and, yep, goodbye. Ban. The difference between Unlimited and Beta, again, we'll go back to Beta. Here's Unlimited. It looks the same, except now instead of having a black border around it, it's now a white bordered. And even the double bordering on the inside, that was all kept. They just went from a black border to a white border. And otherwise, if you remember seeing 302, Unlimited, 302. It's the exact same list. You can go card by card. It's the exact same list that was in Unlimited, or sorry, in beta. And every single core set after that, or what back then we called base set, every single base set since then, up until 10th edition inclusive, was just reprints. If you take a look at, I don't know, let's take 7th edition. See if they'll let me do it this way. No, okay. So, obviously this means they're all reprints. Oh, no, is it in? There we go. This is the list of all the cards that are in 7th edition. I'll start by color. But the original version of the card. Angelic Page originally came to us from Urza Saga. And apart from the Battle Royale set, 7th edition was its first new printing. It came out just before 6th edition, so that's not unreasonable. Art Militia from Portal, these guys are all from Portal. Some cards all the way back from Alpha, Beta, Unlimited era. some Tempests, some Mercadian Masks. Eager Cadet came to us from Starter 99. Gerard's Wisdom from Weatherlight, etc., etc. But if you go through this entire list, every single one is a reprint. This was true all the way until M10, which would have been around 2008, I want to say. Sorry, 2009. Yeah, July 2009. What was... Does that work? Alright, fine. 10th edition. Yeah, July 2007. So, for the first, let's see here, 2007, well, we'll say 2009. 1993, so for the first 16 years of the game, basically, the core set was just reprints. Didn't matter where it was from, it had to have already been reprinted. Or it had to have already been printed elsewhere. Which, as far as I understand, this is part of the reason why you end up with Naturalize. I think it was an Onslaught. Yeah, an Onslaught. And it was my understanding of why it ended up in Onslaught was because they wanted it to be able to go into a core set. This was 2002. 8th edition was 2003. They might have been finalizing the cards that were going into 8th edition. So they had a little over a year, which basically means, you know, in production speak, they had to finish it now. So they put this in so they could reprint it into 8th edition. Don't know the accuracy of that story. That's what I remember hearing. So, but when they came out with Magic Core Set 2010, things changed. And the difference with M10 was they took away the rule that said the core set could only be reprints. And for the first time since beta, there were new cards coming into the core set. The game had gone on for over 15 years, and the core set was just reprints. And if you want new cards, because the other thing about Magic is, it doesn't matter what set a given card is from, as long as it's legal in the format that you're playing. So, if you want to play Giant Growth, okay, which is currently in Foundations, and it's in Bloom Barrel, so it's going to be standard legal for quite a while. If you want to play it, you can go all the way back to, I don't know, You can use the Ice Age print, which is over 30 years old, but you can legally run this version instead. Yeah, I thought so. You can legally use this version instead because it's in a standard legal set. Or it's if a card has a given name, all versions, like if a card has a given name, it has a specific cost, it has specific abilities, it's a specific card type, etc., etc. All the information is the same regardless of version. The only thing that might be different is aesthetic stuff. Stuff like uh, the actual, the card art or the border or stuff of that nature. You know, you can use the War of the Machines version in standard because mechanically speaking, there's no difference between that giant growth and, you know, this giant growth or this giant growth. They're all the same. There's no difference. Or 7th edition gets this one, etc. So, as long as it's got the same name, mechanically, it's the same as any other card with the same name. So you can use the older versions in, like, if you have a deck that really wants giant growth and you've got a playset floating around from, you know, from Ice Age, you can use them. If you are, if you're playing Modern, Counterspell itself only got reprinted in, I want to say, Modern Masters, not Modern Masters. Good lord. Modern Horizons 3, I think it was. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. Might have been, no, I think it was Modern Horizons 2. You can use, if you have beta counterspells or unlimited counterspells or mirage counterspells, you can use them in, you can use them in Modern because the card itself is legal. It doesn't matter what version it is, it's still legal. As long as it's illegal, as long as it's illegal printing of the card for tournament play, etc., etc. That's a different situation. That's not what we're talking about. But fast forward to M10 in, July 29, where these sets are numbered the way car models get numbered, get dated. You buy a 2010 Toyota Corolla, and it was, it came out for sale. You could buy them from the dealership in, 2009. You buy a 2024, Volkswagen, whatever, and, well, they started selling them in 2023, not 2024. They didn't start selling them the year of the model. They started selling them the year before. Magic started doing the same thing. M10 started in 2009. So, for the first time since beta, over 15 years, the most recent core set had new cards. So, with that roughly half-hour preamble out of the way, what this means is anything that's an M10, that's a reprint, we're not covering. If you take a look, there's 249 cards in the set. But out of the stuff that's available to be covered, there's only 111. So it's going to be a much smaller group than you expect. I might actually go through all of them, but I'm seeing 28 here. Actually, let's do this real quick. Let's do this and sort by color. There's 28 new white cards. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17 blue. 4, 8, 12, 16, right? 1, 2, 3, 17 black cards. 4, 8, 12, 14 red. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 26 green cards. 3 artifacts and 6 lands. I think if I'm doing this fairly, the white ones I'm just going to cover the bottom or the first couple of rows that I do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Same with blue. 1, 2, black. 1, 2. I might do all the red because for cards that are not reprints, there's only 4, 8. There's only 14, so I might actually do all the red. 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, I think red gets a pass, and everybody else I'm just going to handle it the way I've been doing all of these previously. So, let's get into it, shall we? Siege Mastodon. 5 mana, 3/5 vanilla creature. I think the big reason I would want to run Siege Mastodon isn't even because. So here's the funny thing. I see a vanilla creature in white. I see a 3/5 for 5. I'm kind of meh on it. I would prefer. This is me. And, you know, when we're looking at Casual Commander, how you build your deck, etc., is very much an expression of yourself. So this is a very much it's up to you thing. But I see a 3/5 and I'm like, eh? I would prefer it to be a 4/4. Unfortunately, if you take a look, the only vanilla creatures that exist at 5 mana in white, they're all 3/5s. Every single one of them is a 3/5. So if you're running vanilla creatures and you want a decent 5-drop that's white, you have no choice but to go with a 3/5. Silent Artisan is the worst simply due to the fact that it's 2 white plus 3 compared to white plus 4 for the other 3. At which point it's, what version do you feel like running? First of all, how many 5 mana vanilla creatures do you want? Sorry, how many 5 mana white vanilla creatures? Vanilla white creatures? Whatever. How many 5-drops do you want? And based on that, it's like, what have you got your hands on? You know, uh, you know, Great Horn Cruise Shock, only in Fate Reforged and the list. We don't count the list because it's literally all reprints that look identical to the card it's copying, with the exception of this little planeswalker symbol in the bottom left. Siege Mastodon, which the version we're talking about, and then a reprint in 11, 12, 14, and 20. Threebin Pure, and that's an elephant. Threebin, Threebin Purebloods, only printed in the original Innistrad, and that's a dog, and you might have an interest in that. And then Theros, I think the reason this ends up being 2 white plus 3 instead of white plus 4 is maybe Giant was a creature type that had support at that point. Like, that had specific support at that point. But beyond that, no idea. Alternatively, by the time you hit 5 mana, double white, even in limited, should be not difficult to come up with. You're playing 2 colors, let's say. You should be able to not unreasonably hit a second white a second white source by then. So I think they're all more or less, realistically, they're all interchangeable with the exception of their creature types. Is the creature type relevant to your deck at all? Maybe. Elephant Tribal? So there's a good question. How many elephants have we got that have got a mana value of 5? 23, sort by color. 4, 8, 9 of them are mono white. And the funny thing is, like, most of these are like common or uncommon as well. Spelltithe Enforcer, I would not be surprised to. His assistants calculate the amount of tribute. He measures out the punishment for delinquency. Oh my. That's a problem. Actually, Venerate Loxodon, were you? No, you were always rare. Okay, I thought you might have been. Oh no, I'm mixing that up with a different one. 1 black, 5 green. Okay, you're gonna make me do this. Two that are Selesnya, 2 that are Boros, 2 3 colors. And here's the funny thing. This I would consider a better elephant, even if it had no abilities, than the Siege Mastodon. But because of this, it now has an ability. It's not vanilla. However, if you're looking for a 5 mana elephant with a white color identity, this is a better card than Siege Mastodon. It's got 1 more point of power, and it potentially gets vigilant. It has activated vigilance. So, I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. A lot of these are also like 3/3s, I've noticed. But, yeah, Siege Mastodon. very, very iffy on the kind of deck that you want to put it in. Undead Slayer. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I originally brought this up when we were talking about King Suleiman. Tap, destroy target General Freet. 2 mana 1/1. Shapeshifters exist now. Creatures that have got changelings exist now. Tap, destroy target, I don't know, mirror entity. Destroy target rooftop percher. Some of these are going to be really, really fun for... Tap, destroy target Omni Changeling. I think you're starting to see where this goes. Target Flock Imposter. Target Chomping Changeling, etc. Well, now the same thing applies with Undead Slayer. It's 1 more mana. It's slightly bigger. It's a 1/1 instead of a 2, or it's a 2/2 instead of a 1/1. It has a white activated ability, so white tap, not just tap. This is Jinn or Efreet. This is Skeleton, Vampire, or Zombie, all three of which are creature types that you're likely to actually see in a game of Commander. Jinn or Efreet, relatively low on the totem pole, let's be honest, in terms of creature types that people actually play. Cards that specifically say they are that type. So, not counting changelings. Not saying nobody plays them, but they're rare. Pinnacle Monk. Like, I start taking a look at this and it's like, okay, Pinnacle Monk, yeah, but half the reason people are playing Pinnacle Monk is it's a land on the other side. It's a land that can be something else when you need it to be. Veyran, you're not playing. You don't care about the fact that it's an Efreet. You care about the fact that it's a Panharmonicon. Plarganasari. You get to cast stuff from your opponent's deck. Haughty Djinn is actually a relatively aggro creature, which is hilarious. Like, almost none of these cards so far that I'm seeing even cares about the fact that you are playing with a Djinn or an Efreet. They all just happen to have that type. And and nobody cares. It's like, it's not a big deal. Like, it doesn't matter that Riverwheel Aerialist is, is a Djinn. It doesn't matter that FBIF Efreet is, well, as it says on the tin, it's an Efreet. Because there's also, like, no synergy. And instead, there is a drawback to playing with Djinns or Efreets because somebody might have a card like King Suleiman. Which I think I might actually want to try and pin down a copy. That being said, then you get Undead Slayer, which skeletons people play with, vampires people play with. What's his name? Edgar Markov, one of the most popular aggro commanders in the game. Because, hey, by the way, every time you cast a vampire, spawn a new token. Zombies. Gee, I wonder how many people like playing zombies. You can even play zombie decks that are not even black. You can play like a mono blue or a mono white zombie deck. That is a thing you can do these days. I don't know if you can make zombies in other colors. I wonder. Type zombie. ID. No. Gruel. So 17, sort by color. 4, 8, 11 of them are red. 5 of them are white. And 1 artifact creature. Walking sarcophagus from Ether Drift. Is a zombie cat. Okay. I want to try and come up with. I now want to try and come up with a mono red zombie deck. Okay, made a note of that. But yeah, Undead Slayer, cool. Enjoy. You're going to be able to shoot. You're going to be able to exile, because that's the other thing. King Solomon only destroys. Undead Slayer exiles them, so they're not coming back. Because, I mean, heaven forbid you get something that's part of the Restless Dead being able to return back from the grave. No, you're going away. So not only do you exile one of, never mind stuff that's got changeling. Never mind stuff that's got changeling, which, again, some of them just happen to be very popular. What's the one from, I always forget its name. I need to remember, Masked Vandal? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Masked Vandal. Which historically has ended up in elf decks. But it's kind of like Toski. It's like, the most popular bird in the game. Or the most popular bird in Commander, or the most popular dragon in Commander. That is Toski. It's kind of like how back in the day, and people that have been playing a long time, a decade or so may remember Tarmogoyf being the most popular blue creature. But it's green. But blue decks played it so easily because it basically did. Like, it was like an honorary blue creature, basically. Because all you had to do was play Magic and it would get bigger. Yeah. Anywho. But if you notice, this thing's a changeling. This card has every creature type, or is every creature type, which means it can be exiled with an Undead Slayer. So yeah, do not be afraid to throw that in your deck. You are going to find targets almost every game. It might only be like one person having creatures, that you can hit, but you're going to find targets. The worst thing you can do is, cool, you've got a changeling, exile it. Harm's Way. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I like my weird decks. I do not... Oh. Huh. You should be on this page. Many of you have... Well, I shouldn't say many of you. Some of you have seen my list of decks that are in various parts of being in progress. And then there's like a bonus list of stuff I've been working on here at the bottom. And one of them is a mono white burn deck. And yes, my deck is here to burn your face off in mono white. Now I'm running Darien King of Keldor as my general, and the big reason for running him is a lot of the cards are also going to be dealing damage to me. And sometimes it's, deals damage to each creature in each player. Each creature in each player. And sometimes it's, if a source would deal some amount of damage, it deals, if a source would deal one or more damage, it deals 2 instead, which was equal treatment, I think, does that. Etc., etc., etc. There's a few reasons why you might be looking at a card that's, dealing damage to you. And sometimes cards that make the deck work better happen to do damage to you. So Darien King of Keldor helps a lot in that respect. And without going into too much detail about how this deck works, Section 1 is literally here to reuse Cold Snap, the card, which says during each player's upkeep, this deals 1 damage to that player for each snow-covered land he or she controls. You use Arkham's Weather Vane to turn a land that's not snow into snow, most relevantly. And then this will start dealing damage to them. And what's going on between Voltaic Construct and Karn is the ability to you use Karn to turn the Weather Vane into a creature, so you can untap it multiple times, as long as you've got the mana for it with Voltaic Construct. So basically, you're looking at every 4 mana that you pay, 2 for the activated ability and 2 for Voltaic Construct, you are turning another land into a snow land. Even if they didn't have any before, cool. Every 4 mana, new snow land, burning your opponent's face off more. Sun Titan is there to get it back because it's got cumulative upkeep. At some point, it's going to die. Sun Titan turns around and gets it back. 2. This is based around Karma. Okay? Dealing damage to each player based on the number of swamps they control. You have Reborn Tome of Yawgmoth to turn all lands into swamps. Stern Judge also does that. This one's life loss, but similar card. However, this is a tap ability. Just like what I did here with being able to untap the Weather Vane multiple times, I have Companion of the Trials to untap the Stern Judge. Activate only if you control Gideon Planeswalker. I've got 2 Gideon Planeswalkers to support the Companion to untap the Stern Judge to basically go, pay 2 mana, burn everyone's face off. 3. This is commonly about taking spells, basically taking damage and firing it off back to an opponent. Shining Shoal basically takes X damage that would be dealt to you and saying, no, by the way, you're going over there instead. Phyrexian Vindicator, same idea. Lancer's Encore will turn around and take the damage, redirect it to the Vindicator. The source doesn't change. Vindicator then turns around and goes, hey, by the way, instead I'm going to prevent the damage, but shoot you instead, etc., etc., etc. This is the kind of slot, now to get back to Harm's Way, this is where Harm's Way would fit in. The next 2 damage the source of your choice will deal to you and or permanents you control this turn is dealt to any target instead. If you are looking at something that can redirect a couple of points of damage, basically this turns, you get a white shock. It's 2 damage to any target. This is not an ability that you normally see. But it also stops the damage from being dealt to you in the first place, which in my opinion makes it better than Shock, and potentially better than Lightning Bolt, because it's almost like you gain 2 life, or prevent 2 damage. And deal 2 to any target of your choice. If I were to play it, this is the section of the deck it would be in. 4 is basically around stuff that's got counters on it, where I can sacrifice the counters to ping stuff. So it's basically these 4 plus Triskelavus. A couple of ways, a few ways, 5 ways down here to proliferate, so getting extra counters on it. And then because I've got Walking Ballista and similar cards, I add Heliod to that, and suddenly Heliod plus, on Triskelion, for example, is another Sun Gun combo. Because this is literally the same situation. Remove a counter from this, 1 damage to any target, give it lifelink with Heliod, and whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on target creature or enchantment you control. Doesn't have to be Walking Ballista. Triskelion works just as well. Same with some of these other cards, it's just they tend to use mana in addition. Okay, fine. 5. These guys will all burn me. But equal treatment is something would deal 1 or more damage to any to a permanent or player is the current Oracle text. It deals 2 damage instead. Instead of doing 1 or more, basically, if something's going to take damage, it's going to take exactly 2. If you toss out equal treatment in response to somebody casting, what do you call it? I can see it blows up a land. Where's my shortcuts? I'm drawing a blank. Starve Extinction. If you cast equal treatment in response to somebody going, hey, by the way, Starve Extinction, they're going to be kind of annoyed with you because their plan is to wipe the board with damage, and you turn around and going, okay, you can kill all the small stuff. Cool, you blew up a land. You spent 7 mana on that. Most of the stuff survives, sorry. Oh, and you draw, and the person casting equal treatment also draws a card. Fire and Brimstone. Um, Basically, you and target attacking player are taking 4 damage each. Thunk. Ication Money Changer deals 3 damage to you as it enters, and you put 3 counters on it. Every upkeep, it gets another counter, so it starts off with 3, but the first upkeep, it'll get a 4th one, and then a 5th one, and then a 6th one. And at some point during a future upkeep, you can sacrifice him to gain life equal to the number of counters that are on him. So remember that upkeep is before you draw. A lot of people forget that a little bit. 6 Pariah. This should be Pariah Shield, not Guilty Conscience. Oh no, this is right. Guilty Conscience is right. Whenever it deals damage, Guilty Conscience deals that much damage to enchanted creature. Yeah. Guilty Conscience plus Stuffy Doll is infinite damage. Pariah will redirect any damage that would be dealt to you to Stuffy Doll. You can also throw these on Phyrexian Vindicator. 7 is, a come into play ability or something of that effect that goes, hey, by the way, damage to each opponent. Some of them also hit you. It's fine. 8 is Suture Priest. Creature comes into play under an opponent's control. You burn them. Cool. Here are 4 cards that put cards into play under somebody else's control. Hunter Lamasu, they get a token. Oxdrover, they get a token. Forbidden Orchard, tap it for mana, they get a token. Dousing Dagger comes into play, they get 2 tokens. A couple of ways to gain life. A couple of ways to draw cards, and a couple of ways to remove counters from stuff. Some ramp, some lands. But the lands, extra mana, sack creatures for life, gain life, sack creatures for life, sack it for life, deals damage to you, deals damage to you, deals damage to you, deals damage to you. All 4 of those because King Darien. Oh, by the way, the other thing about Suture Priest, creature enters under your control, you gain life. Well, so if you tap Ancient Tomb for mana, you're going to take 2 damage. King Darien takes a look and goes, "Cool, you're taking 2 damage. I'll make 2 soldier tokens." Suture Priest turns around and goes, "Oh, 2 creatures came into play under your control. Cool. Guess what? Gain 2 life." Core Haven, Maze of This, Mystifying Maze, Labyrinth of Scoffhouse, all basically stop a creature from combat. Eigenjo Castle prevents damage to a legendary creature, and then a bunch of planes. Not snow-covered planes, because you don't want snow-covered. You want your opponents to have snow. Anyway, all that being said, that's Mono White Burn. As trying to get through it quickly. Harm's Way, you want a card of that, you want a card that can burninate your opponents. Harm's Way, you're playing a deck like that, this is the kind of card that you want. I generally, when I'm looking at burn type stuff, want stuff that's bigger. But there's only so much damage redirection and so forth available. You might end up wanting to, depending on how deep into the deal damage to deal damage elsewhere. Depending on how deep into that you want to go, you may end up playing Harm's Way. Glorious Charge. Um, there's a better card than this, simply called Charge. It's 1 less mana. It's otherwise identical, including the fact that it's also common. However, this is Commander. You can only run 1 copy of any given card. I would not be afraid to run Glorious Charge in a deck of that nature. However, I see that. I'm like, I'm paying 2 mana. At 3, I know I can start getting +2 plus whatever. So I'm going to go to my my mono white commons deck. Guardian's Pledge, white creatures I control get +2/+2 as a 3 mana instant. Ramosian Rally technically costs 4, but I can, if I control planes, I can tap an untapped creature I control instead of paying its cost to get +1/+1. I know there were other ones that I generally ruled out, and most of the other ones I'm seeing that are here that are 3 mana are sorcery. Glorious Charge is an instant. So it depends on what you're looking at the card for. Do keep in mind that the fact that it's an instant means you can use it defensively. If somebody's attacking you, or somebody is going, I don't know, for the sake of example, actually, Storm's Wrath is a good example. And you have some reasonably sized creatures. Storm's Wrath, 4 mana sorcery, 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Which I love this card because a lot of cards that have an effect similar to this say to each creature without flying. Or each creature that is not, as an example, each non-pirate or each non-dragon creature or something, some kind of restriction to it. This hits everybody. Glorious Charge, if you've got some creatures and you've got, maybe you're playing angels, you have a couple of cards like Glorious Charge, and then your mid-sized angels like Sarah Angel and stuff of that kind of size. Sarah Angel, Restoration Angel, anything that's, because for toughness, this will help keep them around. And then you don't have to worry as much. So, I'm not sold on this, but there are worse options available. I think this is fine. I don't think it's great, but I think it's fine. Also, do keep in mind that once you start looking at 2 mana, it doesn't take much to get to 3 mana, at which point now you're starting to look at cards like Glorious Anthem. Which is, for an additional white mana, creatures you control get +1/+1. It's an enchantment. It's not an instant. So it's not till end of turn. It's a permanent buff as long as you have, as long as the enchantment's in play. However, I will say one thing in favor of instants and sorceries. In general, they can only be stopped by counterspells or something of that nature. Enchantments can not only be stopped when they're being cast, but now that it's in play, it has an effect. You can nuke it once it's already in play. Think cards like Reclamation Sage, for example, or I pulled up not Masquerade Nexus. I pulled up Masked Vandal earlier. So anything that's a permanent can be blown up by other sources of removal. So, but Glorious Charge, it's if you're, if the big reason that you'd want a card like Glorious Charge at all is you have a very easy ability to swarm the board. And if you've got, you know, if your deck is the kind where it's like you just rummage through the couch cushions and you've got 4 more creatures in play. It's like a friend of mine likes to say about playing Simic something to the effect of they rummage through their couch cushions and they've got extra lands in play and are drawing extra cards. I.e., it's really easy for a Simic deck to perform that. They're not even trying, and it happens. If your deck is like that, then a card like Glorious Charge is great because if you've got like 15 creatures, Glorious Charge is basically giving plus 15 power and plus 15 toughness to your board for 2 mana. It's relatively easy to spend an extra mana or 2 and get plus 2 plus 2 plus something, or plus, plus 2 plus 1, plus 2 plus 2, somewhere in there. It's relatively easy to do that, but it's not like it doesn't take a lot of effort to do it, but by the same token, this is 2 mana at instant speed. Sure, you get charge, but how many ways are there to, at 1 mana, give your team plus 1 power, let alone plus 2? So I would say Glorious Charge, if you're looking to swarm the deck with tokens and you're in white, you should at least consider it. Again, because it doesn't just, pump power, it also pumps toughness, and that can be a big deal. That can make people spend more resources than they want to otherwise. Silvercoat Lion. I think the only reason to play this at all is because it's a cat. I'll be honest. I think the only reason to play this at all is it's a cat. Um. Let's see what exists. I'm really getting tired of that. Okay, and sort by color. So, anything that's at least a 2/2 cat at common. A Johnny Sunstriker. Girl. Tap target non-enchantment creature. That's adorable. Felidar Cub, you can sack to destroy an enchantment. Hero of the Pride, if you ever target it, creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. Leona and Sky Hunter, 2 white for a 2/2 flyer. Leona and Squire, when it enters, bring back a cheap artifact from your graveyard. And commonly, if you're playing this, you're playing with stuff like Walking Ballista. Leonin Surveyor. During your turn, it's got first strike. It has start your engines, but that's really only useful also if it's in your graveyard. But the fact that it's 2, it's basically 2/2 with first strike on your turn. If it's in your graveyard, you can pay 3 and exile it to draw a card, which is not bad. Let's be honest. Having a use for a card that's in your graveyard that normally would just be food anyway, you might as well get an extra card out of it. If this becomes untapped, you gain 2 life. When the centers gain 2 life, the Oresco Sun Guide is going to be better because you can find ways, for example, Convoke, to tap it. Silvercoat line, meh, that's what we're talking about now. As long as this is equipped, it has first strike and lifelink. It is so easy to throw any piece of equipment on here and just it ends up going from, yeah, I might as well be a Silvercoat line to it's now a powerhouse. And then White Main Line. White Main Line, like, you don't think it's going to be good. And then suddenly it's like, it has flash. You cast it in response to a board wipe, let's say, and a creature that you really want to keep comes back to your hand so you can recast it next turn. Or something has an ability that you want to be able to reuse, comes back. Somebody's casting or has cast a pacifism effect on one of your creatures. White Main Line brings it back. Like the number of uses this actually has to just, returning a creature you control back to owner's hand is a big deal. Or, alternatively, somebody has donated a creature to you. For example, Abyssal Persecutor, 4 mana, 6/6 flyer. You can't win the game, and your opponents can't lose the game. Yes, the person that controls Abyssal Persecutor cannot win. They have an undercasted fat creature, but they can't win. And their opponents can't lose. Which means the best situation, if you have that in play in front of you, is it all ends up being a tie. But more realistically, the person who controls it is at some point going to lose the game. And somebody else is going to win. Somebody goes, hey, by the way, here, you can have this. You go, 2 mana. It's a creature I control. Bounce it back to your hand. No, you can have it. I don't want it. You can have it. Especially if you're at the point where you're about to win the game, but you can't. Maybe one of your opponents is below, is below 0, but they can't lose. But they gave you the Abyssal Persecutor. You go, cool, have this back. Oh, I guess you're dead now. So yeah, and these are all commons. And these are all cats, most of which, like, the first 12 are all mono white cats at 2 mana at common. And I would play most of these before I played Silvercoat Line. The only reason to play Silvercoat Lion over any of these others is because it's vanilla. And that's it. That's a very, very long-winded way of saying but even though, even with that, you can find better options than Silvercoat Line. Because you can find, let's say, Armored Warhorse, which is a 2/3. Actually, is vanilla. Mana value equal 2. Power greater than 1. Toughness greater than 1. And good lord. ID equal white and game paper because screw you the rest. And we'll sort by toughness. Cool. 5 2/2s. Armored Warhorse is a 2/3. Kyoshi Warrior Guard came out in Avatar: The Last Airbender Eternal, i.e. their extra bonus sheet thing. That's a 2/3. With, interestingly enough, three creature types, all of which are something that people like to build decks around. And then Sundial Dawncrawler, which came out in Aetherdrift, is a 3/3 for 2. If you're looking for a white 2-drop vanilla creature, play these two guys before you play a random 2/2 for 2. And if it's reasonable, play the Armored Warhorse before these guys. This basically costs an extra half mana more for an extra point of toughness. Why do I say it's half a mana more? Because instead of paying 1 generic mana, you're paying 1 colored mana. It's got the same mana value. It's just slightly harder to cast. But that also depends on the deck. If you're playing mono white, then there's no difference between white +1 and double white. Unless you have lands in your deck that produce colorless mana. Or you're looking at cards like Soul Ring. Apart from that, they're identical. What's the difference between X and Y? They're the same thing. Etc. Light Wielder Paladin. 5 mana for 4/4 first strike. Already I'm interested. I'm not saying it's OP, but already I'm interested. 5 mana for 4/4 first strike. Rare or not, is a good starting point. 4 power, first strike, kills so many things. And if you give it any sort of boost at all, like a 5, like give it +1/+1. Now it's taking down actual reasonable dragons. It is starting to take down demons by that point. Like the smaller dragons and the smaller demons, sure. Any sort of boost, you give this +2/+2, it is going to go up against demons and dragons and say, come at me, bro. Yeah. So a 4/4 first strike. Again, with any sort of pump at all, I'm already in, like, Glorious Anthem, etc. I'm already interested. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may exile target black or red permanent that player controls. We've already brought up how often Black Seas play in Commander. Red is actually higher up on the list than I expected. Probably largely thanks to dragons being a popular creature type for Commander. Also goblins, also wheels being a common deck concept to build around. And yeah, just, I mean, there's 2 ways to build this. One, just let it deal the damage on its own. It's going to get through at some point. Or 2, and if it does end up against somebody, against something, chances are good that something is going to die. Because the 4/4, like, let's be honest, a 4/4 is going to, most of the time, require at least 4 mana invested into it to begin with. Give this thing trample. Oh my dog. Throw a Lox. This was a Loxodon Warhammer. I think that's the card I'm thinking of. Yeah. +3/+0. Trample and lifelink. You equip the Light Wielder Paladin with a Loxodon Warhammer. You have a 7 power, first strike, trampling, lifelinking creature. This thing is going to, like, this is what you want. This is going to get through for damage against basically, like, unless your opponent's got a bunch of 8/8s or whatever in play, like Godsire, tap, make an 8/8. It's going to get through. And a 7/7 is already a lot to. No. If you're playing an equipment deck, if you're even considering throwing a card like Loxodon Warhammer in your deck, an equipment deck is a decent sized boost and trample, put this in. Put me in, coach, put me in! Yeah, do the thing. Yeah. And you are going to eat dragons and demons and fallen angels and who knows whatever else. And the thing is, it's black or red permanent. Enchantments aren't immune. Battles aren't immune. Planeswalkers, gone. Hey, Nikki B. Yeah, your mom called. I'll let you figure out the rest. On your own. Yeah, Light Wielder Paladin. You should be playing this more. Stormfront Pegasus. We were talking about 2 mana, 2 power creatures. 2 mana, 2/1 with flying. It's fine. You are probably playing this because you're playing Pegasus Tribal, and do not even dare putting this in a Yu-Gi-Oh, in a Yu-Gi-Oh deck box, unless you're going like deep into the paint on Pegasus. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh players will get that reference. Yeah, it's okay. Again, there's better options. In fact, most of these other cards I would play over Stormfront Pegasus, but I would play Stormfront Pegasus over Silvercoat Lion. Wall of Faith. Wall of Faith I really like, and if you are building a Toughness Matters deck of any sort, especially one that's on a budget, Wall of Faith is going to do some heavy, heavy lifting for you. Because I think I've got that wrong. I think it's that. Hey, Shomanuchi! If there's any other black cards besides Yawgmoth's. Oh, that bring back an instant from your graveyard. Shomanuchi by the left-hand side. Shomanuchi by the left-hand side. Give me a sec. So, yeah, if you're playing a card along the lines of Rasad, if you're playing a deck along the lines of Rasad, then Wall of Faith, being a 5, a 0/5 where it's pay a white and give it +0/+1 till end of turn. Creature dealing combat damage based on toughness instead of power. Then this is basically for every white you're pumping into it, you're giving it +1/+1. So you're already looking at essentially what in combat's going to be a 5/5, where every white is giving it more or less +1/+1 till end of turn. So Wall of Faith, any sort of Toughness Matters deck, it's also a wall. So there are going to be some decks that specifically care about the fact that it's a wall. And we're not talking about, uh, you know, was it High Alert or whatever, where creatures with Defender can attack as though they didn't have Defender, and yada yada yada. We're not talking that sort of thing. Actually, no, we are talking that sort of thing. Okay. There's any black cards besides Yogg-Will that can bring back an instant. Okay, so Yogg-Will does not bring an instant back from your graveyard. It allows you to replay it from your graveyard. Essentially, it gives it flashback. Are you looking to recast cards that are in your graveyard, or are you looking to specifically get it back to your hand? Because that's two very different things. Um, uh, because, okay, so you're looking to recast it. Because the difference is, giving it flashback lets you recast it from your graveyard. Revolutionist lets you get it back to your hand. There are cards that will let you recast it from your graveyard. Let me think here. All right. Artifact. Yeah. Firebending. Ally spell. Target opponent. Gravecrawler. Knights. Target opponent's graveyard. It's often going to be stuff from okay, so Karavek the Punisher. It's often going to be what was I going to say? Right, it's often going to be from somebody else's graveyard, but there are some cards that let you cast stuff from your own graveyard. Usually you get the one additional chance. Karavik the Punisher. Whenever you commit a crime, exile up to one target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast a copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. So that's one option. Necromancy. You may cast creature spells. Creature cards. Sins of the Past allows you to recast it once. There are ways to cast spells without paying their mana cost in black. What is it? Bolas' Citadel comes to mind. this basically allows you to flash back Dark Rich, whatever. Ideally, you want to use this on something bigger, but depending on how you've got things set up, this might be an option. Uh, doo -doo -doo -doo. Creature spell. Let's. Permanent. Toshiro Umezawa. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you may cast target instant card. Dark Ritual is an instant. From your graveyard. Uh, Basically, make one of your opponent's creatures dies, and you get to flash back one of your instants. Creature card. Nope, nope. So I think I see three options here. There's also B3K. Oh. There's also Xiaohu Dun, the one-eyed, which is not quite what you're looking for, but you can sacrifice him, return target black card from your graveyard to your hand. Which means that you can have him play for a couple of turns. He's a 3/2 with horsemanship, which means he's going to be incredibly hard to block. And then at some point, you can sacrifice him to get your Dark Ritual back to hand and recast from hand. So it's a little on the expensive side. The Judge promo is only $93. But that's, half the price that the Portal 3 Kingdoms is. So off the top of my head, from what I'm seeing so far, I think there's like 4 cards that you could play to do what you're looking for. What's the wording? Gains flashback. Nope. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing at this point as options. I'm not saying there aren't others, but that should give you a starting point. Also, I'm afraid to find out how much Yogg-Will is now. Yawgmoth Will Saga is $188. What condition's the one I've got? Yeah, I've got a Yogg-Will here that's kind of beat up. How badly beat up are you? I would probably... Okay. Me, myself, I'd probably call it moderately played. Based on how my LGS does things, I might even call it heavily played. I would not call it damaged, but I'd probably call it heavily played. Heavily played, I think we're probably looking generally around 60%, so be worth about, let's say, yeah, 6 times 8, well, 6 times 19 is 140. Okay, so probably be worth about, let's say, 110 US. So, anyway, um, yeah. Rock's Pike Master. Only's got a single printing. This, I feel like this needs to see more play. First of all, if you're playing Rhinos, you probably want to play this anyway, because the worst it is, it's a 4 mana 3/3 with First Strike. First Strike is a criminally underrated ability. I don't think people play First Strike enough to realize how good it actually is. First Strike largely lets you kill opposing creatures with impunity. It's even more fun if you can go, hey, by the way, surprise, First Strike. Again, the worst this is, it's a 4 mana 3/3 with First Strike. If you have other soldiers, and, if you're playing this, I would assume you're putting this into a soldier deck. Your other soldiers also now have First Strike. Again, it references a creature type. This means all your changelings have got First Strike, etc. But beyond that, I mean, let's look up a random soldier. Oh, that's funny. When we covered Onslaught, I don't remember if we covered this one. We did talk about the Courier cycle. I don't remember covering this specific one. 3 mana for a 2/1 that you can choose not to untap, and you can pay 3 and tap it. Target soldier creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance for as long as this remains tapped. So as long as you keep this tapped down because of its own ability, I have a 1/1 token, a 1/1 soldier token. Okay, it's now a 3/3 vigilant soldier token. By the way, because of the Pike Master, it's now a 3/3 first striking vigilant soldier token. Never mind the other soldier shenanigans that that you've got access to. Just the courier on one token and the Pike Master. Yeah. Enjoy. Yeah. So if you're playing soldiers, run it. If you're playing a first strike deck of any sort, I'd run it anyway. I would be if I'm looking to fill slots in a deck and I'm like I don't know what to put in and I come across this. It's a 4 mana creature. How am I on 4 drops? Usually when it comes to commander, the answer is I could actually manage to fit some more in because I'll tend to have like some low end stuff and some high end stuff, and the stuff that's in between tends to be missing in action. So Rock's Pike Master, in commander terms, this is like your mid range creature. It's a fine enough card as is. Veteran Armorsmith. Again, if you're playing soldiers, you should run this. Same with if you fast forward down to his counterpart, the Veteran Swordsmith. You are playing soldiers, you should run her, and there's a reason why she is like this much further down than the Armorsmith. They're basically both 2/2s that have been affected by their own ability for but he's double white, and she is white plus 2. So they're approximately the same cost. And yeah, there's unless I would run him anyways because there's enough cards out there. There's enough cards out there that like to do stuff based on a creature's toughness. For example, red historically, commonly, and I feel this is incorrect, but this is a personal opinion. Red tends to get leaned on fairly heavily for cards that deal damage to creatures. There's better ways to deal with creatures, even in red, but people aren't generally aware of them. Once I point cards like Aftershock out to them, they're like, oh, is there more? Yes, there's more. But people want something that's cheap and efficient. And Aftershock, let's be honest, it's a 4-drop. It's a 4-mana sorcery. Lightning Bolt, on the other hand, is a 1-mana instant. Abrade, which I think is the more appropriate version, is a 2-mana instant. Can only hit creatures for 3, but can also blow up any artifact. But if you're playing red, your people tend to do stuff based on damage, i.e., comparing how much this can deal to something else's toughness. Black is a little better than that, but black also tends to be a lot of, minus X, minus X. Minus 2. Sometimes you get like plus 2, minus 2, although red also gets that. But quite commonly, you are looking at, between those two, largely because of red. I'd probably call somewhere around to 90-10, maybe an 85-15 split of needing to know something's toughness specifically. Lean more heavily towards red. Green also runs into this, although green gets to mitigate some of it by having creatures that have got death touch. So if you're using a fight spell or a bite spell, especially a fight spell, having a creature with death touch, it doesn't matter. I deal 1 point of damage, cool, it's dead. But that being said, with how common it turns out that, because having looked this up, red sees a lot more play than I expect, although I would assume that's more towards multicolored, for example, being a third of Grixis, being half of Boros, etc. Boosting toughness is going to be a bigger deal than it first appears. I think this needs to go up the chain. I think this needs to see more play. So, yeah. That's a personal opinion. Griffin Sentinel, 3 mana for a 1/3 with Vigilance. You should be able to get like a 2/2 Flying Vigilance. Well, this is trying to push its way towards being Sarah Angel. Hilariously, if you put this in a Toughness Matter stack, now it's acting as a 3/3 with Flying and Vigilance. It's almost Sarah Angel because that's a 4/4. But I see this, and if I'm not going for something like that, I just meh. Are you playing it because it's a Griffin? Maybe. But 3 mana and only getting 1 power and Vigilance, while very good, if it had first, I'll tell you right now, if it had first strike instead of vigilance, I'd be a lot more interested because then I'd want to put some kind of pump on it or whatever, and it would be like it vigilance on a creature like this is good for getting through for damage and being able to take a hit, being able to take a hit back and prevent extra damage to you. This is why Sarah Angel was so good way back in the day. Like, incredibly powerful. To the point where, A, she was one of only two uncommons. We knew she was uncommon way back in the day. That was traded as though she was rare back when most people did not have access to the internet. And when I say most, I mean like you go to, you know, you go to a major city. You go to a major western city. And we're not talking the people that have a lot of money. We're talking the people that have, you know, enough to pay their bills and have a little extra. Nowadays, people like that have internet or your cell phone. Chances are your cell phone plan involves some kind of data for internet. Doesn't have to be a high-end phone. Could be like $100 or whatever. But chances are you're going to have some kind of data plan available. Or it could be a hand-me-down phone that came, but as long as it's like a name brand like Samsung or trying to think who else, because the only names coming to my head right now are Samsung and Apple, and I know there's more. Oh, Motorola, Google, somebody who was recognizable. Sure, this is like the third person it's gone to. Okay, well, we'll just hook it up and everything's good. Here you go. Um, but when Magic came out, this was not a thing. You could get access to the internet, but it was, it would be more expensive than it is now. You needed to be at a computer realistically to have access to it, and it was dial-up, so it was really slow, and so your various websites, like relative to what was available now, like sorry, relative to what was available then, this is a graphically heavy web page. You're going, wait, what? But there's no. This image here, these icons are images. These are probably images, although no, okay. These are just going to be colored boxes. These stars here are going to be images. These TCG player, MTG top 8, Moxfield, these are all images. And while they're not big images, while they're not big, they do take up bandwidth. And when you've got a very slow internet connection, like, a 56K modem commonly tops out at around here, around 48K, I think was. This page would load very slowly. And you might be waiting 2 minutes, like a full 2 minutes, 120 seconds for this page to load. Maybe more. So a lot of websites, very minimal, very minimum on images. A card image like this would be smaller, lower resolution, less color intensive, i.e., instead of using 24 or 32-bit color, it might be like 8-bit color, maybe 16 if you're lucky, to reduce the amount of load that there is to, or it might even be black and white, like 200. And I'll tell you right now, this as a 256 grayscale card would be perfectly readable. It would be perfectly fine. I wonder. Open image in new tab. Let's see here. All right. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Open. Yeah. Uh, let's see here. And then that would be 6, 7, 8. There. Something like this, really fast and easy to load. This is 186K. Let's see if I can. This is 678. Are you down at the bottom now? Huh. Oh, right. You're not listed as that. You're listed as an M10, which is. Oh, that's only slightly bigger. Okay. So almost no difference there. But the grayscale image can easily be ported over to, over to something else that would make it, I mean, A, physically smaller, B, less colors. Well, I was going to say less colors. It's 250. It's grayscale, but I think it's using. I want to say it's using. Where are you here? You know what? Edit with photos. Let's see what you actually... No, you're not going to be useful there. I want... open with... Paint. Open with MS Paint. That's going to be more useful. Image properties. It is... Oh, you don't tell me. Why do you not tell me? Okay, Paint 3D, tell me. Open with Paint 3D. Wow. Wow. You don't tell me. You literally don't tell me anything. Wow, that was useless. Oh, there we go. Bit depth 24. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. If I open with... Let's go to Paint. File. Save as. It's still a JPEG. Uh... Let's try that. Hit OK. Cool. File, image properties. File. Image properties. Huh. Ah, whatever. Too much screwing around with that thing. Lol. Uh... Whatever. Too much mucking around with that. I'm getting distracted. Not that that ever happens on my stream, right? I never get distracted on stream. Yeah, right. Bologna, spaghetti, macaroni. Now you guys are making me hungry. See what you did? A friend of mine would turn around and say, nope, I had my eyes closed. Anyway, yeah. Griffin Sentinel, not hugely impressed by it. Would probably only play this in like a Griffin tribal deck, but beyond that, meh. Guardian Seraph on the other hand, if I'm looking at something that rather than a mono white burn deck is And to be fair, I might, if I'm doing this, I might take some cards from there otherwise. Like equal treatment, for example. If I'm looking at, instead of burning my opponent's face off, just sitting there and preventing a bunch of damage, Guardian Seraph is probably going in. Anything long, like the amount of would deal damage to you. Sort by color. I mean, Aegis of Honor, I would probably run anyway. A Johnny Steadfast, if you emblem it, you get the same ability. Let's pass by circles. Um, Guardian Seraph. Hedron Field Purists. Protection of the Heckma. Valkmira. We'll pass by the runes. Maybe a couple of the spheres. Oh, General's Regalia. Not what I'm looking for, but General's Regalia. The next time a sorcery your choice would deal damage to you this turn, that damage is dealt to target creature you control instead. You do that, and you have it redirected to something like Stuffy Doll or something of that nature, and your opponents just get annoyed. Orbs of Warding, Urza's Armor. So there's like half a dozen cards at least that are just gonna sit there and go. They're just gonna sit there and go. Hey, by the way, how much damage can I prevent? So any source that you try to do is going to have at least 3 points of damage knocked off. Wait, what? Yeah, you try to deal what? Eight to me? Okay, I'll take 5. That's before I do anything else. And then, of course, the redirection shenanigans and everything else. You're building a deck based around that. Play Guardian Seraph. Alright. Let's go for blue cards. Disorient. I'm not fond of cards like Disorient. But it's... that feels like the most amount of X that you can throw into a spell. I know I've seen -6, but was that diminish? No, not diminish. What is it? Befuddle? Befuddle is -4. Oh my dog. Every card, every key, but. Game paper. Go away. 4, 3. Actually, let's go by mana value. 4, 3, 4, 1, 5. 5 for Hydra Surge. Bayane Veil, if you're looking for this kind of effect, you want that. Eliminate the Impossible is not terrible. I'm seeing 5 at this point. I know I've seen a 6. Disorient or 7. Really? I could have sworn there was a -6. I don't see a 6. But I see 5 for I see 5 for 1 mana. And fairly easily 4 for 1 mana as well. I think I would start off with -4. And then Hysterical Blindness, giving -4 power to your opponent's entire board. Disorient? Yeah. I'm not seeing anything better than that in terms of like the amount that you can do it for. Damn it. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, Disorient, if you're looking to hit a single creature, that seems to be the most that you can get. If that's the sort of effect you're looking for, you can get -4 pretty easily for 1 mana, though. So consider that when you're looking at Disorient. Also, the ability to cantrip. Again, sort by mana value. -4. Oh, wow. Chilling Trap and Stream of Unconsciousness. Literally the exact same card, except one's an instant, one's a tribal. Now Kindred, instant. If you control an outlaw, you can take the fall for the same effect. Again, for 1 mana. Unagi Spray, same idea. All for 1 mana. The next time to get that effect, you're looking at 3. Bewildering Blizzard. I like that card. So yeah, you has options, but if you're looking to hit one card with a lot, Disorient is going to do a lot. Again, not a card I specifically recommend. I would prefer a card like a little further down you get Ice Cage, something more like that. However, that's the thing. Illusionary Servant, if you're playing an illusion deck, you're running it. If you're playing an illusion deck, you need something like Allure of the Unreal to make sure your illusions stick around. I'll be right. Meow? Chat disconnected. That was weird. Oh, huh. Yeah, Illusionary Servant. You're probably playing it. You are going to need ways to give your stuff Shroud or Hexproof Ward is not enough. You need something to stop your cards from being targeted in the first place. Ward still allows the card to be targeted. It's just countered if they don't pay the additional cost. You need to be able to give your creature Shroud or Hexproof. Even an Indestructible won't help because this is a forced sacrifice. So, uh, have. Okay. uh, Shroud. I don't know anything else that works. Sort by cooler. Hexproof. That requires pairing. Pairing, I think, does not target. Hexproof. Tap creatures you control have hexproof. Artifacts you control have hexproof, so turning them into artifact creatures is not out of the line of possibility. Targets when cast. Using Xenograph to turn them into fairies would work. That would make Scion of Vuna really good. Artifact creatures would allow you to use Padim and Crypto Thrall. Nope. 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 Smoke Bomb as a one-shot. Talent of turn. Oh. Creatures your opponents and creatures your opponents control. Okay. So Detection Tower is Arcane Lighthouse, except you can also target your opponents. Got it. Okay. So there's turning your stuff into artifacts gives you Padim and Crypto Thrall. Turning them into fairies, for example, with Xenograph or Mask with Nexus, gives them Shroud. Lure of the Unreal says they're hexproof. If you have Mask with Nexus out, Lure of the Unreal suddenly also affects himself. So, there's about half a dozen cards that'll keep your creatures around, so you don't have to worry about sacrificing them, because it's going to be really hard to target them. That being said, if you're also looking at an aggressive deck, like you're playing a mono blue aggro deck, Illusionary Servant isn't bad because it also has evasion. It just means that, somebody's going to be playing with auras is going to go, oh, well, I'll throw this aura on your creature, and, oh, looks your creature just died. Convincing Mirage. As it enters, choose basic land type. Enchanted land is the basic land type. This is basically Phantasmal terrain from back in the day. As this aura enters, choose a basic land type. Enchanted land is the chosen type. As this enters, choose a basic land type. Enchanted land is the chosen type. It's just instead of being double blue to cast, it's now blue +1 to cast. It's the exact same card otherwise. If you're looking to turn a land into a different type for whatever reason, if you've been looking at Phantasmal terrain for whatever reason, Convincing Mirage is a slightly better version because it's blue +1, not double blue. They're identical otherwise. You will see this a lot when it comes to playing Magic. And this is part of the reason why, if you are looking at turning lands into, if you're trying to get your hands on all basic land types and you're not playing green, blue is the next best color because it has the ability to turn lands into other types. And you get to choose. Ice Cage. 2 mana. This is a rest for 2 mana. But whenever the enchanted creature becomes targeted, you break the cage. However, the funny thing is, destroy this aura. What if your aura can become indestructible? What? What if your aura can become indestructible? I will leave this as a... I will leave this for the viewer to decide on their own how to make that work. I'll let you figure that one out. Serpent of the Endless Sea, 5 mana, power and toughness each equal the number of islands you control. Can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. Giving your opponent islands is not hard, and it's easier nowadays now that you've got Harbinger of the Seas. Non-basic lands are now islands. Yeah. This is the kind of card that when I came up with mono blue ramp, I was looking for a card that gave me, a big, healthy sized body to play with. And I saw Illuge, and I'm like, power and toughness each equal to the number of islands I control. At 4 mana, I'm playing mono blue. 3 blue +1, might as well be quad blue, might as well be 4 colorless. They're all interchangeable in a deck like that. I see Illuge, and I'm like, oh, here you go. How many islands do I have? Yes. Plus, this fetches extra lands out of the deck fairly quickly. Cool. Exactly the kind of card I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a dollar-wise less expensive version, Serpent of the Endless Sea. Fairly easy to throw in. This thing is like $4 a card in a TCG player. Whoops. This is 20 cents. I just want somebody to... The problem is, can't attack unless the defending player controls an island. Chances are at least one other person is playing some amount of blue. They may not have basic islands, but they can have islands. They can have Hallowed Fountain. They can have one of the, Weather Triomes. They can have Moonring Isles. There's options. If you are looking at building some kind of aggressive blue deck, do not be afraid to run cards like this. If you're playing mono blue, this is by the time you can cast this is probably at least a 5/5 for 5 mana. and it's just going to keep getting bigger. And if you are on budget constraints, a card like Serpent of the Endless Sea, the more basic islands you have, the bigger it is. And a card like Illuge, whoops, a card like Illuge, second abilities, whenever attacks or enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It's an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. Not necessary. And then the first instant or sorcery you cast each turn costs one less for each land you control with a flood counter on it. That's nice, dear. Shrug. Each equal the number of islands you control. Don't be afraid to run that. And having like if your mana base is 35 basic island and then like 3 or 4 random utility lands that you happen to have floating around, this is going to get this is going to outgrow dragons. This is going to outgrow demons. This is going to outgrow most things. And if somebody suddenly has, you know, a island for whatever reason, you go, nom! You're going to start having a mono blue abyss at that point. Zephyr Sprite. 1 mana for 1/1 flying fairy. Doesn't sound amazing, but hold the phone. First thing to realize, 1 blue for a 1/1 fairy with flying. There was a fairly large gap for probably about 10 years, maybe longer, where regardless of what color scheme you were playing, 1 mana for 1/1 flyer was considered too strong. And I wish I was joking when I say this, but it was really hard to get 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Unless it had higher rarity and this and that and everything else, other stuff was going on. But a straight up 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer was just not done. So this is probably the first time in a very long time that we had actually seen a 1 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Like we did have 1 mana 1/1 flyers, but could only block flying. Can't attack alone. Or can't attack unless you control whatever. Or maybe it's bigger, but can't attack or block unless you control an enchantment. Or something. Some way to compensate for it being a 1 mana 1/1, a 1 mana flyer. So Zephyr Sprite actually made a difference because, cheap flying creature that actually has power, and it's less than 2 mana. This is why, for example, Cloud Seeder which only came out in Future Sight, which was 2007. 2 years earlier, the tokens that generate A0 can only block other creatures that had flying. Yes, the tokens have flying, but they can only block other flying creatures. Because that was very much the standard at that point. Nowadays, where do you play this? Well, I mean, if you care about your creatures being able to attack and get through, if you're looking at creatures with, I think, and web allows it, aka web slinging, ninjutsu wants you to attack and get through for damage. or not get through for damage, but attack and be unblocked if you are running Sneak, I believe, is what the Ninja Turtle set is going to end up having as a similar ability. So, mechanics based around, decks based around mechanics like that. Then there's the fact that it's a fairy, so all the fairy shenanigans that are going on. So, what was the one we saw earlier? Oh yeah, was it Scion of Una? Yeah, Scion of Una, which gives your fairy shroud. So stuff of that nature. Your fairy shenanigans. Spell Stutter Sprite is going to end up being really good as a result. Then there's the fact that it's a flying creature, so anything that cares about stuff that's got flying, so favorable winds and stuff of that nature, which gives flying creatures that you control +1/+1. This and that, like there's enough different places that you can play Zephyr Sprite that, yes, chances are you can find a home for it somewhere. Alluring Siren. Weird card. 2 mana for 1/1. Target creature an opponent controls attacks you this turn if able. Part of the reason it's weird is because historically this was a black card. Much more cumbersome wording. However, Nettling Imp basically says you target a creature that is controlled by the person whose turn it is. That creature has to attack this turn if able. If they don't attack with it, and it had the ability to attack, so it no longer has summoning sickness. Haste was not taken into consideration. If they could have attacked with it and didn't, it's destroyed at the end of turn. And it also can't target walls because at that point, walls in the rules had basically there was a piece of there was a line in the rules that literally said walls can't attack. It was a ability that existed, but it was in the rules of the game, not in the what like you see, for example, Wall of Ice, for example, and it's just a 0/7. No text on it whatsoever. I mean, you get flavor text, but no text otherwise. Because it was listed in the rules that, oh, if it's a wall, walls can't attack. So, Nettling Imp specifically said this ability doesn't affect walls. The target that you choose has to be not a wall. So, you take that. You update it so that it no longer has to be a wall. So now it's target creature attacks this turn if able. You can only attack on your own turn, so the restriction about it being the active player's turn is ruled out. Target non-wall creature, gone. Well, sorry, non-wall, gone. Active players control, active player controls, gone. Continuously since the beginning of the turn. They're not giving you a penalty for doing so. You're just saying that thing has to attack this turn if able. This allows creatures with haste to be targeted. So this entire thing becomes target creature. So this entire section, because of updated wording and stuff, simply becomes target creature attacks this turn if able. If it's done after attackers are declared, okay, too late. So you remove this line. It now no longer can't attack because attackers have already been declared. So now you're down to target creature attacks this turn if able. Excuse you. With the possibility of destroying it at the beginning of the next end step if it didn't attack this turn. Well, that was black. Blue's not doing that. Target creature an opponent controls attacks you this turn if able. At least 3/4 of the text of this card is gone simply due to an update in the rules, an update in how cards are worded, etc., etc., etc. 3/4 of this text is gone. And then just simply not giving a penalty if it doesn't attack. Or didn't attack. Suddenly it's 1 mana less and they've shifted it over to blue. This is, for all intents and purposes, the updated version of Nettling Imp. There was Nettling Imp and what was the other one? Oh yeah, Nord. Which cost 1 more mana over Nettling Imp. Basically the exact same chunk of text, but also tap, untap target blue creature. Slightly more useful, even though slightly more expensive, because it can untap a blue creature. Anyway, updated wording, and just it has an interesting creature type. You know what? Type equals Siren. How many Sirens have you got? 23. There is enough to actually make a deck in theory. Let's go mana value. Actually, sorry. Sort by color. Let's be smarter about this. Okay. So far, I'm not seeing any online-only cards. This is a good thing. What are you? Oh, you are Game Night. So, if you go mono blue, you get 20. If you add black, you get 2 more. To run all 3, you need Grixis, but really, you're only getting Malcolm of the Eyes for adding red. You know what? I could see somebody building Siren's deck. And Alluring Siren. And it's not, the funny thing is, it's not going to be the only card with that ability that does that. Dulcet Sirens. Maeve, Insidious Singer, potentially. Huh. Oaken Singer. You can use that to crack maps and stuff. Siren of the Fanged Coast, potentially stealing a creature. So I think that's 3. Shipwreck Singer. Uh, Also having an activated ability that does that. So yeah, I could see there'd be like this small sub theme of like forcing your opponent's creatures to attack. That would be entertaining. Yeah. Yeah. I Sirens. Well, you know my name is Sirens. Yeah. So there's a deck for that. Gin of Wishes. Gin of Wishes has an interesting thing about it. You may play that card without paying its mana cost. If you don't, exile it. You may play that card without paying its mana cost. There's no duration listed on that. There's no, it's not an instant. It's not, or sorry, it's not until end of turn, until the beginning of the next end step, um, until this leaves the battlefield, whatever. So because there's no duration listed, it means, no, you're doing this now. You only get to do this now. If you do it, cool, great. But that also means, I believe, you get to bypass timing restrictions. A spell you cast this way. A spell cast may be cast at a time you wouldn't normally be able to cast a spell of that type, but other restrictions are still enforced. So, this allows you to cast creatures on somebody's upkeep that don't have flash. This allows you to cast enchantments in the middle of combat. This allows you to cast sorceries. At the end of somebody's turn. Because you have to do it now. However, if there's any specific restriction on the card that says cast a spell only during a certain time frame, cast this, cast a spell only during combat, cast a spell only, only during a main phase, etc., etc. If there's anything of that nature at all, you can't cast it. You have to meet whatever restrictions are in the text of the card. But as for restrictions due to a card's type, they're gone. Which generally means for something like that, you don't want a counterspell. You don't want your deck having counterspells in it. However, you may want creatures that have counterspell abilities because they're still useful even if they're, even as a creature. So let's go down to, where are you? Let's go down to Bant. And let's ignore a bunch of these shenanigans. Countering creatures. So, as an example, Voracious Great Shark. 5 mana for 5/4 flash when it enters counter target artifact or creature spell. The worst it is it's still a 5/4 creature. Overcharge Amalgam. 3/3 flash flying exploit. When it enters, you can sack a creature. When it exploits a creature, counter target spell, activate ability, or triggered ability. If there's nothing to target, you don't exploit, and it's still a 3/3 flyer. You flip over Kozilek the Great Distortion. Well, you're casting it without paying its mana cost. You're still going to get a 12/12 of menace that will hopefully draw you some cards, etc. You put this in a deck like that, and yeah, I would say no for most things. But if I am running counter spells in a deck that's got Djinn of Three Wishes, I would run less actual counter spells. Or sorry, Djinn of Wishes. I would run less actual counter spells, i.e. less instants that say counter target, whatever. And more creatures that do it. And if they did stop a spell from resolving and they were instants, I'd want them to be cards like, for example, damn it, I just closed it. Grumble, 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 Jay's Beller, grumble, grumble. I'll explain that one of these days. Unsubstantiate. Something that has utility just beyond countering a spell. Return target spell or creature to its owner's hand. Venser, Shaper Savant. Return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand, etc. So if you're building with Djinn of Wishes and you want to run counter spells of some description, try not to run any regular style counter spells. Try not to run any instance whose primary text says counter target spell. Try to run cards that either are creatures that have come play abilities that do that because they're still useful as creatures, or spells that give you an option other than stopping a spell from resolving on how to play it. Cryptic Command, actually good example. Let's go with this version. 4 mana instant, choose 2. Counter target spell. Okay, well that's not going to actually work here. Return target permanent to its owner's hand, potentially. Tap all creatures your opponent's, plural, control. Not useless. Draw a card. If you flip it over, I'm going to assume most of the times it's going to be return target permanent to its owner's hand and draw a card. However, you have options. So, you're building a deck that, you're building a deck with Djinn of Wishes. You need to be able to find, if you're going to run counter spells of any sort, you need to find cards that give you extra utility, like Cryptic Command does, when countering a spell just isn't on the menu. 1, 2. Mind Control. One more than Control Magic. Control Magic is the standard, the standard standby. Or, not standby. Like it's the standard benchmark that most people use. We use Mind Control for stuff that's going to be going through standard. But for any other format, including Commander, we're looking at mind control. Or not mind control, control magic. Which has been with us since the beginning. You know, it's been with us since alpha. But it gets just enough reprints. It gets just enough reprints. Huh. That looks cool. I don't know what secret layer you're from, but... this is what the original art on it looked like. Closer to actually this second image. Instead of this third one, because we didn't have this style back then. But yeah, there's enough. Like the original prints were like down here. This is revised. This is the era when I started playing. And here's the thing. He's trying to summon a thing, and somebody's going, yeah, nope, yoink. I'll take that. And, yeah, this had just enough reprints that it's maybe $1. And it's literally the exact same card for 1 less mana. The big thing to be careful about mind control, control magic, bribery, treachery, any of these cards is all it takes is for the enchantment to disappear and your opponent gets their creature back. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. Somebody spewed a bunch of random stuff in another chat room that I currently have open because I might be needing to pop in there for rules help, and suddenly there's like, boom. Here's this other thing people are talking about. Anywho, yeah, that being said, like, I don't think people play enough disenchant effects. Keep in mind, however, it doesn't have to be disenchant specifically, or naturalized, or even cards that have that specific effect. You can run something as simple as, I don't know, Generous Gift. Destroy target permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3 green elephant creature token. Well, I'm sorry I can't allow you to have my demon. Or I'm sorry I can't allow you to have my dragon. But tell you what. You can have a 3/3 elephant instead. Like, wait, what? Yeah, you can have a 3/3 elephant instead. I mean, giving them something for it. I love that flavor text, though. The best presents are impossible to regift. They're not wrong. But yeah, you should run something. If you're playing white, you should run Generous. In personal opinion, you should run Generous Gift. If you're playing green, you should run Beast Within because they answer anything. Not anything of a given category. They answer. Is it a permanent? Can I target it? Yes? Cool. So in effect, like mind control, sure, you can build around that. Here's an answer. you don't need to run something as I was gonna say. Well, I was gonna say narrow, like disenchant, naturalize, stuff of that nature. But a lot of cards that have that kind of effect have utility beyond that. Um, Black, I really, really like Feed the Swarm for this kind of effect. You blow up a creature or enchantment, and then lose life equal to its mana value. But that is still incredibly strong. That is still incredibly, incredibly strong. Um, I can't remember what your Ghastly Death Tyrant. Uh, One deck that I'm playing actually runs the Ghastly Death Tyrant. It's made of nothing but commons, so having to pin down uh, a way to blow up enchantments is a little more difficult, especially since I'm playing mono black in that deck. However, this is a aristocrats deck, which means I want creatures with good come into play abilities or good leave play abilities, or when they die, I get a token, or they come into play, I get tokens, or something. I want my creatures to be useful other than the fact that they're bodies. This is a 6 mana 6/5, which is already a reasonable starting point. That can either blow up an enchantment or give my stuff Death Touch till end of turn. I primarily have it there to blow up enchantments. Cool. It's a 6/5. Comes into play. Blow up your Smothering Tithe. Okay, I take 4. Shrug. I've got a 6/5 on the board. um, but yeah, the fun thing is because of Feed the Swarm, target creature or enchantment, it's going to be really difficult to find somebody playing a deck that doesn't run one or the other. Also, keep in mind, enchantments are a lot more popular in Commander than they are in other formats. So, be prepared. Have an answer to them. They don't have to be narrow answers, but have an answer to them. I personally really appreciate flexible answers, especially when I'm playing a deck that only has a couple slots. There was one deck, I forget which deck it is I'm looking at, but there was one deck where it's like I only have room for like 3 cards for removal. I think it might have been my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Which is this one? Uh, no, you're there for traps, Exodia, gods, defense position. Yeah, I only have 3 spots that I can specifically devote towards removal. I have other stuff in there that can do removal type stuff. Like, for example, Cabal Executioner, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they sack a creature. Um, Bane of the Living, you turn face up, all creatures get -X till end of turn, etc., etc. Um, but yeah, for slots that are specifically there to be removal, I've only got 3 slots, and so therefore, Ingarrick's Wake and Plague Wind going, hey, blow up everybody's board but my own. Because when you've only got a couple of slots available, keeping your stuff around is slightly more important. And Introduction to Annihilation, blow up anything that's not land. Cool, you get a card instead. Yeah, kind of important. And again, because there's only a couple of slots devoted towards removal, you've got to be a little more judicious with what you actually, you know, what you actually spend it on. Your um, your Ingerik's Wake, for example, you really got to hold on to until such point as, power overwhelming. Okay, I guess I'm popping it now. I don't crack it. I don't cast it this turn. I'm dead. Okay, now you do it. But yeah, mind control. Find other cards that do this but better. Cost less to cast. Um, have an additional effect in addition to this. Treachery is a good example. Exact same cost, exact same text, with a bonus line when it enters on tap up to 5 lands. Agent of Treachery is basically the same thing for 2 more mana, but you also get a 2/3 out of that. And if you manage to flicker this enough times, or what have you, and gain and end up with more things that your opponent had. Oh, look, that's a nice land. I'll take that. Oh, look, that's a nice creature. I'll take that. Oh, look, that's a nice artifact. I'll take that. You start getting a free Ancestral Recall every turn. Oh, that's what that is. So, yeah. Mind Control is fine. Try and find better versions of this card. Even if you're on a budget, try and find better versions of this effect somehow. It's okay. I think there's better options. Tomb Scour, I should say. The in a multiplayer 100-card format, this is not that great. This is reasonable. I wouldn't say so, but this is reasonable in a 60-card format. This is fine. This is okay in a 100-card format. Let's convert this. And I understand it's 98 or 99, and your general is the 100. Whatever. I'm carrying that because the technical definition is including your commander or commanders. Your deck has, it has to come to exactly 100 cards. So we're going to go by 100 cards. If you scale this down to a 60-card format, this is target player mills 3 cards. Would you pay 1 mana as a sorcery to have a player mill 3 cards? I wouldn't. Let's take this as such. Mills 5. Put in a 60-card format. And use the library as a life total. Target player mills 5 cards. 60 card, assuming that, they don't, they mulliganed into oblivion and they're starting off with 0. Maybe because they know you're playing mills, so it's extra work for you. That is 1/12 of your deck, of their deck. Which means that this is a spell that deals about roughly 1.5 damage. What? If your library is your life total, then milling 5 is a 12th of your deck, a 12th of your deck in a 60 card format, which is approximately, I think it's be like 1.67 damage. So now think about that. You're dealing between 1.5 and 2 damage every time you cast it. Is that worth paying a blue mana for? Now let's expand this to Commander. 100 card format, milling 5 is a 20th of their library. Approximately. So in a 20 life format, that would be worth dealing 1 damage. In a 40 life format, that's dealing 2. Is Tomb Scour worth printing, or worth playing, when you're only dealing 2 damage with it, basically? And it only hits a single person? I wouldn't. I would rather spend a little extra mana and get a little extra out of it. Mind Sculpt. For an extra mana, target opponent mills 7. Now, Tomb Scour, credit where it's due, Tomb Scour does say one thing. It says target player. You can target yourself, but again, is it worth it? Mind Sculpt. For 1 extra mana, you're now making somebody mill 7. Okay, now let's take a look at the flavor text. Now think about what I'm about to say. Now let's bring sanity back in. What? Your opponent keeps a hand of 7. It's a 100 card deck, but they're generous in the command zone, so 99 cards. 7 card hand, 99 brings me down 92. They've drawn a card. They've drawn an extra card. Maybe they drew a card for turn. You went first. They haven't had their second. They haven't had their second turn yet, but they've drawn for their first turn. So 91 cards. You mill 7. That's a 13th of their library. That's for an extra mana. You've basically dealt 3 damage. While not a big deal, under very generous circumstances, Tomb Scour deals 2 to their library. Under generous to the opponent circumstances, Mind Sculpt is dealing 3. It wouldn't take a lot of effort for this to be later in the game and essentially dealing 4. Would much rather play Mind Sculpt over Tomb Scour. You play Tomb Scour over Mind Sculpt. If you're not looking to mill somebody else, You want to mill yourself. Other than that, play Mind Sculpt, play anything that, you know, each opponent mills, each player, let's see here. Minus O, target, mills. Or, I'm sure there's a better way to word this, but I don't know. Or O mills 7, or O colon mills 8. I don't think there's one for 9. Or O colon mills 10. Or O colon mills. Or O mills the top half. All right. Yeah, so chill of foreboding, I would, if I'm looking for something that only mills a bit, I would run chill of, I'd pay the extra 2 mana and run chill of foreboding. Because it affects everyone, it doesn't just affect one person. It's also got flashback, which means I can cast it again later. Maddening Cacophony, milling 8 for 2, or milling half for 6. Nemesis of Reason, when it attacks defending player mills 10, doesn't even have to deal damage of any sort. Sword of Body and Mind, whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, they mill 10. Sphinx Mindbreaker enters, each opponent mills 10. Teresian Mindbreaker, defending player mills 10. Now I can remove, let's say, or O colon mills 12, because I don't remember if 12 is an option, or O colon mills 13, I know exists. So that's 7, and then there's 17 more. Mill 13. First upkeep, each mill 7. If you're the monarch on your upkeep, each number of target players mills 10. Target player mills half. When it attacks, target player mills half. 0 target player mills 10. Mill half, which isn't out yet because that's in Turtles. Mill 7. There is 12 because Persistent Petitioners. Start Awake, mill 13. Which can get reused because the regular, this, and then when it's in your grave, after it resolves, you can put back in play Transformed. It hits somebody, and you go, hey, cool, by the way, I can replay it now. Mill half, mill 10. mill 8, and then yoink a thing. Mill 8, then yoink a thing. Mill half, mill 8, mill half. So if you're building mill, I'm seeing, let's assume we go mono blue. This says 17. 1, 2, 3, 4. 17 would be 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 in mono blue. Plus as many persistent petitioners as you want. Tomb Scare does not do enough. You're already looking at something that's, you're already looking at, like in a mono blue deck, you can be milling everybody regularly, consistently, pretty quickly, pretty easily. You don't need Tomb Scour or Tome Scour. Again, if you're playing this in a 60 card format, it's fine. If you're playing on a budget, I could see an argument for it. But I mean, what am I seeing so far? Court of Cunning is 355. Traumatize is 411. Glimpse the Unthinkable is 366. Most of the rest of these cards are real. Wait, are you telling me that the sword is... Oh. No, the sword's back here. Breach the Multiverse is not mono blue. Sword of Body Might is 1650. Maddening Cacophony is 550. Beyond that, the rest of the deck is going to be pretty cheap. Unless you're trying to keep as cheap as possible, like $15 budget sort of idea, don't, or unless you're trying to mill yourself specifically. But even if you're trying to mill yourself, there's better options. Sphinx Ambassador. Seven mana for a 5/5 flyer. Your opponent better hope they know their own deck list well. When it steals combat damage to a player, you search their library for a card, and then they have to name a card. If you search for a creature card that does not have the name, that isn't basically what they named, so they go Trizium Mindbreaker. Well, I searched for a creature, but it's not Trizium Mindbreaker. You get put it in play. Otherwise, the card goes back in their deck. If they got it right, the card goes back in their deck. They shuffle. So your ideal situation when you hit. Don't get their best creature. Don't even get their best creature for the given circumstance. Go through a mental checklist and think, okay, what's their best creature is probably this. The second best is probably this. Get like their third or their fourth best. Or their fifth best. Somewhere they've got to take a couple of guesses before they get it right. Grab that. And a good player is always going to guess one of the top two, maybe one of the top three. Get something that's a little further, something that's still good, but not like the top. And then once you've got them realizing, okay, once they've got it wrong a few times, so you've got like 5 or 6 creatures of theirs in play. Second, all right. Then you turn around and get the best creature for the circumstance, and you really screw them over. Anyway, yeah, I'm playing a Sphinx Turbo deck. I'm playing this. I don't care if they get it right or not. It's a 5/5 flying Sphinx for 7, which is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Actually, here's a good question. Commander needs by deck. 1, 2. Where are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have I got you yet? Please tell me I've got you already. Because you're nearly $10 American. What are you? Sphinx. Nope. Well, that's going to be annoying. Sphinx Ambassador. Do not yet has you. Got some really pretty cards for this. Do not currently has you. Oh yeah. and there's a recent whatchamacallit, MTG Goldfish thing where they're like, hey, by the way, we're gonna rank cards that tribal decks commonly play. And here's where we think all these cards belong. And so, you have a deck that's based around a given creature type. In this case, it's, my Shroom deck. And they brought up, Banner of Kinship and Door of Destinies, Icon of Ancestry, and Vanquisher's Banner. And I have all these cards in this deck. And I only care about the fact that they give a size boost. And, drawing extra cards is nice. I care about the size boost because I'm playing a creature type where stuff like Bad Moon doesn't fit. And Glorious Anthem, I mean, I technically have access to Glorious Anthem, but it's like, I felt I had better options, and so I went with all those. And they're basically saying, "Hey, by the way, don't play these guys. These guys are bad." And I'm like, "Oh well, it's casual. I don't care." So, that being said, yeah. So Sphinx Ambassador, yeah, card I think I need to pin down for this deck. Oh well, I'll get there eventually. Hive Mind. Hive Mind, you play in decks to give people headaches. You play this to give people headaches. What? 6 mana. When enchantment, whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, each other player copies that spell. Each of those players may choose new targets for their copy. There are 2 ways to play this. 1, you want to be chaotic. You want to give people headaches. You want people to go, okay, so like have fun with, counter spells, and a deck like this, I feel like, again, with what I was saying before about the Gin of Wishes. I feel like a deck like this, if you're running counter spells, don't run counter spells. Run creatures that come and play and counter a thing, or you know, and don't play the ones that have other utility. Um, because you don't want to cast a counter spell, and then your opponent start deciding they're going to counter the spell that you're trying to counter, or counter your counter spell, or stuff of that nature. Let them deal with that, and you get the free counter spells out of it. Instead, run creatures that come into play and counter stuff. Your opponents are not going to get freebies out of that. But so you can do chaos. You can also do combo win. And the combo win that you deal with is cards like Pact of the Titan. 0 to cast. You make a 4/4 token. That doesn't matter. At the beginning of your next upkeep, pay red +4. If you don't, you lose the game. And how many people are going to just turn around now and go, damn it, I just lost the game. Hi, how you guys doing? Have you lost the game yet? So, hive mind, if you're being the fun silly casual person, you're just throwing this into a random chaos deck that does coin flipping and God knows whatever else. If you're being a pick your 4-letter word here, you are running this with various packs, quite possibly all 5 of them, to turn around and say, oh, hey, by the way, I'm casting these for free. You guys also get a copy of each of these. By the way, to get them all, man, value equals 0, name packed. To successfully get them all and have them all do their thing, you need, and to keep them around, assuming you do all 5 of them at the same time, 2 white, 2 blue, 1 black, 1 red, 2 green, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hilariously, you need 20 mana. 8 colored mana, where Bant is 2 of each, and Rakdos is 1 of each. And then 12 more mana on top of that. Net result, Slaughter Pact is the most efficient one because it's 3 mana, only 1 of which needs to be black. If you're being mean, cruel, and vicious, you play Hive Mind with that stuff and make your opponents lose the game, because, like, if you have any of those, if you have 2 of them, the 2 cheapest ones are going to be, you need 6 mana, 2 of which are white and 1 of which is black. So basically the cheapest ones are white, white, black, and 3. This is how people normally play it. Yeah, no. I think people already know how to make Hive Mind work. Warpath Ghoul, 3 mana for a 3/2 zombie. The most relevant part of this is it's a zombie. Budget zombies, maybe because it's like the 2012 printing is 2 cents. Literally. The M10 version, which is the original printing, is 6 cents. Meh. You play this because you're building a ultra budget zombie deck and you've got like a handful of, low end lords or whatever, and some kind of synergy elsewhere, and you go from there. For wow, for 2 more mana, you get a 4/3 zombie Goliath, which is only +1/+1. I would play the ghoul and I would pass on the Goliath. Ferrex the Bloodwretch has sent a war giant at us? What, do I have to spell it out for you? Kill the giant, scoop out skull, and drive it back to Bloodridge. Honestly, what kind of necromancer minions are you? Karen Dur, Necromancer Lord. Yeah. Amazing flavor text. Honestly, the number one reason to play this card anywhere, in my opinion, is the flavor text. It's a zombie, it's a giant, it's meh. But honestly, for the I'd be more interested in the fact that it's a giant, and it's a giant. It's got great flavor text, and beyond that, play the ghoul instead. Kellinor Bat, 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. If you're playing white, this is this is a full mana less. What was it? Yeah, Stormfront Pegasus. 1 white plus 1 for a 2/1 flyer. Now you get 1 white plus 2 for a 2/1 flyer in black. Black can get flying, but without some kind of drawback attached of some sort, it's got to pay more. But you're playing bats. There's only 52 bats in the game. Let's see here. Brought down to 47. Brought down to 47 once we're restricted to stuff that's actually playable in Commander. Playable in the technical definition, not in the, well, this card is good, this card is not good. We're not going there. God, I love the flavor text on Life Creed Duo. Why are you eating upside down? Asked the bird. Why are you eating upside up? Replied the bat. Okay, so there's 8 white ones. And then if we fast forward down to the bottom, we get 5 more that are multicolored. So 13. If you go Orzhov, you get all but 1. Am I reading that right? Let's make sure I'm not. Yes. So you can play 46 of them in Orzhov. And you can go, what was it, 13 I said? Yeah, 13 would be 34 if you go mono black. Which I think is viable. If you go mono black bats, you get Aclazotz as an option for general. Anybody else that jumps out at me? Yeah, no, your ideal situation is he's your general. If you go Orzhov, you play Zorline, which is a 35 cent general. So if you want to play bats on a budget, run Zorline. Let's go checklist. Let's go USD. And let's go ascending. And then just to be on the safe side. Wow. uh, an extra 6 cents. All right. So, if you go Orzhov, only 3 of the cards. Wow. Really? You're the cheap one? Okay. Huh. If you go Orzhov, only 3 of the cards are over $1. And apparently that's even if you convert to Canadian, which I am. And like a chunk of them are like under 10 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 21, 22, 23. 23 of them are under 10 cents. Well, okay, 22. Unless you, well, no. Go 22. Don't play the Voidwing hybrid. It's not really worth playing. Like, it's okay, but not for this kind of deck. And you also don't have a Esper General in bats. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 more that are a quarter or less. So you can run like 35 bats at a quarter or less. And you'd have to pay like 30 cents or so for your general. You can build a bat tribal deck. And I would not be upset with this, I don't think. Let's go back to... let's go back to images. They're not great, but I think I would be perfectly... I think I would be fine with this. I think if I want to build a bat deck on a... I think if I want to build a tribal deck on a budget, bats is a really, really strong way to go. Wow. Okay, cool. At which point Kellinor Bats fits in. And you could probably build this for like under $10 and have it be a vaguely reasonable deck. And you're in 2 colors. Soul Bleed. I know a couple of times I've mentioned a deck that likes to bleed your opponents dry. And this is the kind of deck that this falls into. This doesn't kill a creature. This doesn't this. This doesn't that. What this does is every upkeep, every upkeep of the person, like, okay, you enchant a creature. Whoever's creature that is, their upkeep, they lose a life. At the beginning of the upkeep of enchant creature's controller, pardon me, that player loses 1 life. At the beginning of the upkeep of enchant creature's controller, this aura deals 1 damage to that player. It's basically the same card as Wanderlust. Oh yeah, and 1,000 Lashes does the exact same thing, added onto a arrest effect, which basically means the difference between Soul Bleed and 1,000 Lashes is you pay an additional white mana, and the creature can't attack, block, or use any activated abilities. If you are playing that kind of deck, you're going to want this. You're going to want as many of these kind of effects as possible, because you want to drain your opponent. You're going to want to hit probably at least 2 or 3 creatures. I would say 3 creatures per person. So you're going to want to hit at least 9 creatures. So you're going to want something like 15-ish of this kind of effect, if you can pin them down somehow, and just start going drip, 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 and now to be fair, they don't all have to be able to hit creatures. Some of them can hit other things instead, like Warp Artifact, for example. Which, 2 black, at the beginning of the upkeep of Enchant Artifact's controller, this aura deals 1 damage to that player. Soul Ring! Everybody's got a Soul Ring. Funny thing is, Enchant Artifact doesn't say what kind of artifact. You can hit an artifact land with us. Wait, what? You can hit an artifact land with us. It's even more fun if the artifact land is indestructible, because it's a lot harder to get rid of that way. Not apologizing. So yeah, you're looking to bleed an opponent dry, you play that. Dread Warlock. 3 mana, can't be blocked except by black creatures for a 2/2. Sounds kinda meh, but can only be blocked by black creatures. Think about that. Effects of this nature usually say Fear, black or artifact, or Intimidate, artifact or creatures the same color as itself, i.e., in this case, it would be black. If it was a white card that had Intimidate, it would be white or artifact, etc. Can only be blocked by black creatures. So, chances are, apart from you, probably one other person at the table can block your creatures. Everybody else, this is getting through for damage. And the ones that can block it probably aren't going to have a lot of options, because their mono black sees some play, yes, but it's quite common to play it in other combinations. You know, you're playing Jund, you're playing Mardu, you're playing Golgari, etc., etc. Black hits a lot of its playability. When you are looking at multicolored. Once you hit monocolored, it's, again, still played a lot. And out of the monocolors, I would say black and green are, the top ones. But I don't, that's my experience anyway. I don't see, but a lot of cards that see play, it's like, by the way, I'm like, for example, my Jund Reanimator deck has a lot of black cards in it, but a lot of them are red, and a lot of them are green, and a lot of them are red-green, and a lot of them are colorless, and a lot of them are just all over the place. The color scheme is not consistent, and a lot of them are not black plus, black or black plus something. Actually, let me just pull it up real quick. So, reanimators, stuff to bring stuff back. I see three, four. I saw four creatures, one of which is colorless. Okay. Or I should say, one of which is not black. Quick play. I see two creatures. Both of them are not black. Discard outlets. I see two creatures and a creature generator. All three of which are black. Removal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Three of which are don't have black in it. And tumors, these are all going to be black somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. And tumors and tomb takes lets you search for any card in your library and put it in your graveyard. So these are cards whose job it is to literally find creatures in my library and put them in the graveyard. Bodies, stuff I'm looking to reanimate. There's 16, but only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them have any amount of black to it, and 2 of them are black plus, are black plus something. Also, this deck runs 44 lands because some of them are not what I call stable lands, i.e., a land like Zalfrin Void comes into play, and it's going to stay in play until it's blown up. Compare that to Ghost Quarter. It's going to stay in play until you sack it for its effect. Zeotor's Proving Ground is kind of a stable land, but it's also got cycling, so you might end up cycling it later instead. So I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing there's probably, I would say, at least half the creatures in this deck are not green, or sorry, are not black, which means about half my creatures I can't block with. Can't block this. Can't block this. I have a deck based on that. That's another story. So yeah, Dread Warlock. Expect it to be not unreasonable that even a deck that's got some amount of black in it, maybe half their creatures can't actually block it. Also, if you're going to do something crazy and play Warlock Tribal, I'd at least give this a consideration. Howling Banshee. Are you looking to build a burn deck? Are you looking to play black in your burn deck? Throw this on the pile of considerations. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer is already a reasonable rate. This is not a rare, so I don't expect a 4 mana 4/4. But a 4 mana 3/3 flyer is really good. When this enters, each player loses 3 life. That does include yourself. However, I'll take 3 to hit you, and you for 3 each, which means you're getting burned for a total of 9. I'll take 3 for that. Plus it's also 2 black pips towards Grey Merchant of Asphodel, which, if you're playing a black-based burn deck, you're going to run him as well. And, yeah, flying, underrated. First Strike, as I mentioned, also underrated. People do not play those enough. Acolyte of Zathrid? I'm I'm less enthused by the Acolyte. I'm less enthused by the Acolyte. I would rather have Howling Banshee. What Acolyte of Zathra does do, however, is if you are looking to do the Sanguine Bond Exquisite Blood combo, and there's other ways to do that now. Does not require Exquisite Blood specifically. Does not require Sanguine Bond specific. Exquisite Blood, Sanguine Bond. Yeah. Does not require either of those specifically. But now there's a card in each that will duplicate those. You know, that can duplicate, at least duplicate each of those. What this does allow you to do is get the ball rolling. Burning somebody for one can be enough. But this is a slot that's easy to refill elsewhere. This is a slot that can just as easily be Urborg Siphon Mage. This could be Quombash Witches. This could even be like, Smolder Initiate, or like a dozen other things that can just. This could be Pestilence. This could be Pestilence Demon. This could be Crypt Rats. You get the idea. There's a lot of cards that can turn around and make somebody lose a life. Again, the aforementioned Warp Artifact, Soul Bleed, etc. That routine, all perfectly viable. So, there's other options. I wouldn't rely on the Acolyte. It's a cleric? Cool. Are you playing clerics? Again, probably better options for clerics to make somebody lose life. Why are you playing Acolyte of Zathrid specifically? Is this based on the artist? Chris Ron has done nearly 300 pieces of, nearly 300 cards. Actually, damn it. Okay, nearly 250. Chances are you can find another card that does something similar. Lots of white cards, lots of blue cards. Bloodgift Demon, better card for that slot. Cryptghast, great card for that slot. You can extort. Enslave, steal creature and damage their owner every turn. Shieldred the Apocalypse. Whenever they draw a card, they lose 2 life. You see where this is going. Even if you are restricting yourself to, even if you're restricting yourself to a deck based around this artist. Even if you're restricting yourself to a deck based around this artist, I've already seen, 4 cards that can burninate an opponent in mono black. Karn Living Legacy. Your artifacts can now tap to deal 1 damage to any target. When you ultimate it. Sword of Fire and Ice. Equip creature deals combat damage to a player, which is already going to be a problem. An additional 2 damage. Um, Sword of War and Peace, equip damage. Equip creature deals damage. And then you burn them for cards in hand. Yugen the Spirit Dragon, 3 damage to any target. So even if you're playing Chris Ron Tribal, there's better options than the Acolyte. The only reason I can see for playing her is she's a 1 mana cleric. I don't see a good reason otherwise. Vampire Aristocrat. Nantuko Husk by any other name. Originally all the way from Onslaught. 3 mana for 2/2. Sack a creature +2/+2 till end of turn. Vampire Aristocrat. 3 mana, 2/2. Sack a creature +2/+2 till end of turn. You play this because he's either a vampire, a rogue, or a noble, and you're doing some kind of, you want some kind of aristocrat synergy of some description in your deck. I'm not saying I think it's bad, but you're playing him because he's a sack outlet. That doesn't cost mana. He's a sack outlet that can help you, sacrifice your creatures. I'm not saying I think that's bad, but what other sack outlets do you have available? Start there. If you still need more and you really want them to be, you really want them to not cost mana to activate, that's when you start looking at cards like Vampire Aristocrat. But look to see what other sack outlets there are first. If this is the first one you're writing down, scratch it off. Start writing down. Start looking at cards like this Seer. In fact, you can even go to my mono black. You can go to my list of decks here. Find my my black commons only deck. Pull that up, and that will give you some options that are, surprise, surprise, commons. Blood Flow Connoisseur, same cost, smaller, but when you sack creatures to her, she gets counters on her. Blood Throne Vampire, 1 mana less, a 1/1 instead of a 2/2, but same ability. Carrion Feeder, sack creatures to put counters on it, can't block, but it's also a 1-drop. Defiant Salvager, you can sacrifice an artifact or a creature to put +1 counter on, only as a sorcery, so you have to do this preemptively, but and this Seer, also a vampire. Sack a creature, scry 1. And then, this section here is stuff that I'm willing to sacrifice for effects. And then this is stuff that gives me reason to sacrifice stuff. This first category, this first category is stuff I want to sacrifice to. And this category is, why am I sacrificing creatures? What payoff do I get for sacrificing creatures? These are the outlets. These are the payoffs, basically. and then like other stuff. I will eventually put a more updated uh, list up here, but yeah, Vampire Aristocrat. Again, you're playing this because you want a sack outlet that gives you, you want a sack outlet of some sort, and this is convenient. And maybe you're looking for to build an Aristocrat stack. It is not a bad starting point when you are looking at cheap stuff that you may have floating around floating around your random, you know. Yeah, your random stash of cards, etc., etc. Yeah, see how easily I was able to pull that up because it's literally right here. Because I have too many cards in too many different places. What is this stack? Okay, you're the foreign language cards. Yes, I actually have stacks that are different things. Oh, you belong over here. You. You go here. Wait, what? Yeah. things are that bad. And I'm not even a store. I work at one. I am not a store. Zathra Demon. This is the modern update to Lord of the Pit, but it costs one less mana. But I think it's slightly harder to cast because I think Lord of the Pit was it was 7, but I think was 2 black plus 5. No, I think it was triple black plus 4. Come to think of it, Lord of the Pit set. I know it wasn't revised. What were you? Okay, 3 black plus 4. Okay, one less mana. Only a demon. Okay. 7/7 flying trample, same as the other one. Lord of the Pit, basically, you had to sacrifice a creature other than itself to it. If you couldn't, it tapped and dealt 7 to you. Depending on your upkeep, sack a creature other than it. If you can't, oh, it didn't even become tapped. Oh, wow. It's better than I remember it being. I mean, I'm not saying I think it's good per se, but A, Mark Tedden has got some crazy, insane art over the years. I wonder what his newest stuff looks like. Release date. Oh! Really? So the white black Verge is Mark Tedden? Huh. Emrakul the World Anew. I think he's done the other Emrakuls as well. I think. Don't quote me on that. An actual. Oh, is oversized with a non-standard magic pack. Oh, sad. Dalek Emperor. Okay. Uh, wow. Dominaria Reunited Maze of Eth. Nice. Dennis on the Deep, same set. Hexavus. Defense Grid, Sulphur Springs. Like you kind of get a feel for the kind of arc that Mark Tedden did. Emrakul the Eon's Torn. Okay. So he did OG Emrakul. He did the newest Emrakul. He didn't do the in-between Emrakul. Okay. But anyway. So, what's the difference between Zathra Demon and Lord of the Pit, realistically, apart from a mana being shaved off? At the beginning of your upkeep, sack a creature other than this creature. If you can't sacrifice a creature, tap this creature and you lose 7 life. We'll get to the middle bit in a minute. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature other than this creature. If you can't, this creature deals 7 damage to you. A. Damage versus life loss. eh. B, if you can't, the Zathra Demon becomes tapped. Now let's look at the middle section. If you sack a creature, if you do successfully sack a creature other than the Zathra Demon, because you can't sack it to itself, then each opponent loses life equal to the sacrificed creature's power. So if you sacrifice if you sacrifice a 3/3 to it, let's say 3/3 beast token, then each opponent loses 3 life. So I would generally rather play, well, depending on the kind of deck that you're playing. Generally, I would probably rather play Lord of the Pit because it's easier to keep it fed and it doesn't tap if you can't feed it. Going so far only as to throw, let's say, Vampiric Link on it, which is basically Black Spirit Link. You put that on Lord of the Pit, and that will counteract the damage that's dealt by Lord of the Pit on your upkeep. And, wow, thank you. Whenever an enchant creature deals damage, you gain that much life. It's lifelink, but it's a triggered ability. It's not static. You do that, it will not only counteract the 7 damage that's being dealt because it's damage. Every time it ends up in combat with somebody, you're going to gain 7 life. You can stack effects like that, and then you can also give it lifelink. Zathra Demon, I play this if I specifically want to burn out my opponents, because I want stuff to keep it fed. See, here's the thing. Lord of the Pit, I am fine putting it in a deck where it's, I have few creatures and not really other ways to generate extra creatures. I don't have Fountain Port. I don't have Carekeep. I don't have Urza's Factory, etc., etc., etc. I don't have ways of keeping him fed. I am okay putting this in a deck like that. If I can have it gain me life somehow, for example, Vampiric Link, Basilisk Collar, anything of that nature whatsoever, I've got a 7/7 Flying Trample that's going to gain me life on a regular basis. Zathra Demon is basically Lord of the Pit that I actually do want to keep fed. A, because he burns out my opponents that way. And I can sit there and feed him casualties, we'll say, every turn. I can't think what the actual word I want is. But I can feed him every turn. And if I don't feed him, he's going to become tapped, which is going to make him harder to be useful. But I am willing to use Zathra Demon as a way to drain my opponent's health away every turn. Again, kind of like what we're looking at from cards like Soul Bleed. You're building that style deck, you want to play Zathra Demon. You're playing a deck where you have like one creature and then protect the queen, or in this case, protect the demon. I would run Lure of the Pit instead. This is one you want to keep fed every turn. That being said, Child of Night. 2 mana, 2/1 lifelink, vampire. Uh, I would probably play this. I'm largely playing this because it's got lifelink. Realistically, that's the number one reason. I think that's the number one reason anyone plays Child of Night is because it's a vampire with lifelink. But let's go mana value less than 3. Sort by cooler. Alright. So Bishop Soldier, so for white ones, you get Bishop Soldier, which is a 2/2 with lifelink. This is all... Oh, okay, cool. So the white ones are all 2 mana, either... So 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever an artifact or creature enters the battlefield untapped and under an opponent's control, they may tap that permanent. If they don't, you make it to... Oh! So you've... So for 2 mana, you get a 2/2 of Vigilance. If an artifact or creature enters under somebody else's control, and it would enter untapped, they can choose to tap it, and if they don't, you get a 1/1 lifelinking vampire token. That's cute. Martyr of Dusk, 2/1. This is basically a 2/1 for 2, but when it dies, you get a 1/1 lifelinking vampire. Sanguine Sipper, realistically, this is just, in most games, this is just a Blade of the Sixth Pride with a different creature type. Blood Burglar, 2/2 lifelink on your turn. Child of Night. No guilds. That is her rule. The House Vampires unnerve her. The Combine would dissect her. The Legion burn her. The Conclave cure her. The Shadows are all the family she needs. Yeah. Again, the same card we're looking at. Different art, different flavor text, same card. Desperate Bloodseeker. 2 mana, 2/2 vampire with lifelink. When it enters, target player mills 2. An extra point of toughness and a mill ability compared to Child of Night. And a vampire, because we're looking at vampires specifically. And the same rarity. Dream Drinker Vampire. Take Child of Night. Give it Adapt. And then whenever one or more +1 counters are put on it, it gains Menace till end of turn. That is funky art. That reminds me of frickin' oh, what are you? You get paralyzed. Dreadwhite, I think it is? Who did you? Steve Ellis. Nope. Different artist. Similar art, though. Echo of Dusk. 2 mana, 2/2. As long as 4 or more permanent cards are in your graveyard, it's a 3/3 lifelink. Gifted Aetherborn. For an extra half mana, i.e. turn the one colorless to a solid white, it gets Death Touch and an extra point of toughness. Sorry, 2 extra points of toughness. Ichor Drinkers, 1/1 lifelink. Pay white and exile from your graveyard to incubate 2 as a sorcery. Indulgent Aristocrat, 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink. Pay 2 and sack a creature, put a +1 counter on each vampire you control. If you're playing vampires, you really should be running that. Moorland Devourer Spiders. Oh, yeah, this is the burn one. 2 black plus X for a 2/1 lifelink. Enters with X +1 counters on him. When he enters, X damage to target opponent. If X equals 0, he's just a harder to cast Child of Night. But he's a burn spell as a creature. No Priest of Oblivion. This is Child of Night with Menace. And a potential kicker that allows you to reanimate a thing. Scourge of the Undercity is Child of Night, which, when it enters, gives something else lifelink to end a turn. Vadmir New Blood, yeah. We'll occasionally get counters on. When he's got enough counters, he gets Menace and lifelink. Meh. Valentin, you have to play this as a black-green card. I'm sorry. I did not say that, though. 1 mana for 1/1 Menace lifelink. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. So your opponent's creatures get exiled if they would die. And when that happens, for each one, you can pay 2 mana to make a pest token. Vampire Cutthroat, 1 black for a 1/1 Skulk lifelink. Creatures bigger than it, can't block it. Vampire of the Dire Moon, 1 mana for 1/1 Death Touch lifelink. And then Tithe Drinker, 2 mana for, this is basically, again, for about half a mana more. This is going to white instead of black. You get Extort in addition. So there are enough cards that I would play before Child of Night, even if I'm looking for 2 mana vampires, even if I'm looking at common. But I wouldn't completely rule her out. She's not bad, but I would play. There's probably about 5 cards at least that I can, even if I'm looking at commons, even if I'm going mono black, that I would play before her. 1, 2, 3. Well, you're not common. 1, 2, 3. I see at least 3. Let's be fair. I see at least 3 that I would play before I played Child of Night. But if I need another one, Child of Night might actually be number 4. Actually, no. Echo of Dusk I would play before as well because it would be relatively easy to turn it on. And again, this is assuming we're looking at commons. If I'm not restricting myself to commons, she ends up being a lot further down the list. But yeah, again, I'm not saying she's bad, but as a 2 mana common life-linking vampire, she's probably about, I would say about number 5 on, like, in black. I would say she's probably about number 5 on the list. Rise from the Grave. It's a reanimation spell. You play Rise from the Grave because this is what you've got handy, convenient access to. Put creature card from a graveyard on the battlefield under your control. The only other reason to run this, realistically, because let's be honest, I'm looking at what it actually does. It becomes a zombie in addition, which means if you're playing with zombie synergies, you actually want a card like Rise from the Grave so you can steal somebody else's dead creature and make it yours and go roar. and then throw the zombie synergies on it. Disentomb, erase dead by any other name. Stop complaining. You can rest when you're dead. Oh, sorry. Leolian and fast. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah, Disentomb. It's raised dead. If you're looking at raised dead, my question is, why are you looking at raised dead? What? Black red, I think it is. Yes. Black red, commons only. Reanimator. A few cards to reanimate. A few cards that are there to bring stuff back from the graveyard back to hand, because there's not enough reanimation available at common. Gravedigger. 2/2 comes into play, brings something back from. Warren Pilfers. 5 mana for a 3/3. Brings a creature back. If it happens to be a goblin card, these guys gain haste till end of turn. Cadaver Imp, 3 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Comes into play. Bring a creature back. Undertaker. Pay red, tap and discard a card. Return target creature card for basically spell shapes raised dead. On a 2 mana 1/1, which is actually pretty decent. Pit Keeper, 2 mana 2/1. If you've got 4 more creature cards in your graveyard when it comes into play, you get a card back. And then Corpse Hauler, you can sack it to bring another creature back. I'm least excited for this one, but I needed something vaguely reasonable. And so here's 5 cards that I quite easily would rather play over raised dead. And so I start off with that. Oh yeah, actually I should have left you back open. The reason I have this deck built the way I do, you notice that these 5 here all bring stuff back from the graveyard, and they're all sorceries. I also have 5 cards here whose job it is to get a sorcery back from my graveyard. So, I have stuff that I want to reanimate. You know, like Earthcult Elemental, for example. Or, again, the Baleful Beholder. Sorry, Ghastly Death Tyrant. Sorry, mix the two of them up a lot. Or, you know, Diregraph Horde. Not terrible. Malfield Twins. When it dies, I get 2 zombies. Rawr. That's decent enough. So I bring that stuff back with, let's say, Rise Again. Well, then I use Anarchist to bring the Rise Again back. And then I use the Rise Again. And these are, if you notice, these are all creatures. So I use it again on, let's say, Emrakul's Hatcher. And then I cast, I don't know, Ardent Elementalist. That gets, that gets me back something. And I use that to, and I keep bringing creatures back that way. That is the premise for the deck. And I can always use, I don't know, Dread Return to bring back Revolutionist into play. And then the Revolutionist comes into play and brings the Dread Return back to my hand. So I didn't actually lose anything. All that is to say, Disentomb. I'm not saying don't play Disentomb. I'm saying, why are you playing Disentomb? And if you have a viable reason, you have a viable reason. But I think there's cards that are better than Raise Dead, Disentomb, etc., etc. There are cards that do something like this that are instant. There are cards that do something like this with other options other than bring a creature back. There's one, and I can't remember the name of it, but it allows you to bring back 2 creatures if they share a creature type. Oh, okay. Return from Extinction was a sorcery. Raise the Draugr is literally the exact same card printed 2 years later as an instant, both of which are common. Unbury is the exact same card as Raise the Draugr, but it's an uncommon. Sorry, had to pause there. Brain wants to fall asleep. I'm trying to tell him not to say, yeah, you're not falling asleep yet. But Brain wants to fall. I'm saying, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. But all 3 of these cards, if I'm looking at playing a Raise Dead effect of some sort, I would start here. Because for 1 more mana, at instant speed, for 2 of them, for Raise the Draugr and Unbury, it's the exact same card, 1 more mana, but I can do it in response to something. And if I'm playing enough creatures that share a creature type, it doesn't have to be based on that creature type, but if I'm building a deck that has, let's say I've got 8 wizards, or I've got like 7 sphinxes, or I've got, I'm looking and I have 12 humans, or whatever. Somewhere in that range. I would say somewhere in the range of about 8 to 10 ish. And there's stuff that you are going to want to replay at least once in a while. 1 or 2 of these is worth playing. Actually. Okay. So, if you're playing Disentomb, if you're playing Raise Dead, if you're playing a card of that nature, you need to have a good reason for playing that over one of the other cards that I just showed you. Again, not saying don't. I'm saying have a reason. Red cards. I will be back in a moment. I need to share stream. I'll be right back. 10:30. Alrighty. I has returned. So, red cards. Viashino Spear Hunter. 3 mana for 2/1 first strike. Again, first strike. Underplayed, realistically. If you can find... So, here's the thing I find. If you can... If you can find a card that does a thing that you're looking for, you should play that card. If you can find a better version of that card, by which I mean it does what you're looking for with some kind of additional something added to it, even if it costs you a little extra, you should play that instead. Example, the aforementioned Light Wielder Paladin. 5 mana for 4/4 first strike. When it deals combat damage to player, you may exile target black or red permanent that player controls. Playing this as just a 4/4 first striking human knight, in my opinion, is perfectly fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I don't have a problem with somebody playing it this way. But it's going to have an additional bonus when somebody is playing black or red, which I think it's very likely at any given table, you're probably going to find 2 people, like 2 of the other 3 people are going to be playing black and or red. I think it's unlikely you're going to find yourself in a situation where out of the other 3 people at the table, only one of them is playing black and or red. I think one's going to be playing like Jund or Grixis or Golgari or something. And the other one might be playing mono red or, Izzet or something. You're often going to find a target. So, if this only had like this ladder ability, it'd be like, but this pushes it up a lot. If you are considering a card like, I don't know, Creeping Mold. I think that's the right one. Artifact, enchantment, or land. Artifact, enchantment. Yeah, if you're looking at playing a card like Creeping Mold. Sure, there's nothing wrong with playing Creeping Mold. But for 1 more mana, you can get it as a enter the battlefield ability on a 2/2 Death Touch. So I would pay that little bit extra to get something a little bit better. If this does what you are looking for, great, play it. But can you find something that does what you're looking for a little bit better? Mana value equals 3 mana to 0 first power greater than 1. Type lizard. I would probably play the Thorned Moloch first in general, but that's not a given. And I did a bit of extra restriction to this because I want to make this as fair as possible. You're not playing the spear hunter because it's a warrior. You're probably playing it because it's a lizard. You're gonna want something that's got first strike. Otherwise, why are you even looking at the spear hunter? Okay. What if we restrict it to stuff that's got, 2 red plus 1 instead of 1 red plus 2? Now you only get to add on the Blade Scout. These are all 2 power creatures. This has got first strike. This has got prowess first strike when it's attacking. This only gives something first strike until end of turn. So, alright. And then that's literally the only 3 mana the only 3 mana lizards that mention first strike at all that have power greater than 1. Alright, one last option. Nope. Have we got... What do we have for options? Oh, now I get to restrict... Now I get anything. Power greater than 1. Okay. And then sort by color. So... I'm not sold that a lot of these are going to be better. Like, some of these are different. Different doesn't mean bad. It means they're different. You want for a different type of deck. Valley Flamecaller is a good example. If a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals that much damage plus 1 instead. 3 mana, 3/3. That's a potential. Some of these are relatively aggressive. If you're playing Kragsaurian, you're playing I think it's Pyrohemia in addition to make sure that you can consistently get it back. But yeah, But for stuff that's got, if you're looking for if you're looking for a 3 mana first striking lizard, I think this is actually your best option because you don't have a lot of options to play with. Berserkers of Bloodridge. 4 mana for 4/4 attacks each turn of Fable. Why would you play this? Because you're playing Berserkers. You're not playing Barbarians, you're playing Berserkers. You're probably playing with low physical dice as your general. um, I would play the Fearless Scald over it. Ogre Berserker, for sure. Oh, you're a 4-2. Raging Goblinoids, yeah, for sure. Uh, Razorkin Horde Caller, Rubble Belt Recluse. Uh, same card, but bigger stats. Again, also the same with the Sprinting War Brute. Yeah, if you're playing Berserker Tribal, I think you have better options. Think you've got about I think I've seen about at least 4 or 5 that I would play before I play this. This runs on the same problem that Child of Night did. It's an okay card for the kind of deck that it is, but there's better options now. Jacko Familiar, I really like this card. I really like Jacko Familiar because sure, it can't attack or block alone. You're gonna find that occasionally. But it's a 2/2 for 1, which is really strong. Okay. You always have another creature. This can be, you can find cards that are like this that says it can't attack alone or it can't block alone. But on a 1 mana 2/2, this is a really good starting point. And if I'm playing an aggressive deck of any sort, well, let me rephrase that. Let's go to my Boros aggro deck. Did I put a card like this in? And I don't think I did because I decided my curve started at 2. Yeah. Trusty Companion. 3/2 Vigilance, can't attack alone. I have that in here because it's Bonded Horncrest. 4 mana for 5/5, can't attack or block alone. I have a couple of cards that fit that kind of concept. For this deck because, well, it's what I'm going for. If I was willing to start my curve at 1, I would be willing to play Jacko Familiar. And because I have so many creatures in that deck, it's not even funny. But I originally thought that 1 mana was not going to be worth it because, as a general rule of thumb, some exceptions apply. See your local retailer for details. You're generally going to start off with like a 1 mana 2 power creature if you're going for an aggro deck. 1 mana 2 power in some manner. But for 2 mana, you can get to 3 power. And 3 is a lot more than 2. It's only +1, but it's also 50% more. So for a slightly larger investment, if I have two 3-power creatures in play, I'm swinging for 6. I would need 3 2-power creatures in play to swing for the same amount of damage. And I can get 4 power, and I think I may have even been able to squeeze higher in there at 2 mana. But if I was willing to go down to 1, and I made the conscious decision not to when I was creating the deck initially, when I was even conceiving the deck, I had already decided I was going to start at 2. I think for 1-drops, I think the only thing I have is Soul Ring, maybe. I can't think of anything else I've got at 1. But if I was willing to start at 1, this would be on that, this would be at least in the discussion. If I'm going for a mono red aggro deck, and I'm not going tribal base, so I'm not going goblins, I'm not going, minotaurs or whatever. If I'm just eschewing that and going like just plain mono red aggro, this is going to be in the discussion because I at least want it to have. So the way I generally decided what cards to put in, and I'll pull this back up for a moment. Whoops. So I made a exception for 2 mana only because there weren't enough. But and 3 mana, my commander's 3 mana, so that's my 3 mana slot. But at 4, let's go with Dust Elemental. Its power had to be at least equal to its mana value. Its toughness had to be at least equal to its mana value. At least one of those had to be larger. So let's go with a different slot. Kragenwick Cremator. It's 4 mana. It's got at least 4 power. It's got at least 4 toughness. At least one of them is larger. Okay. If I look at 5s, let's see, are there any? Yeah. 5. It's a 5/4 that transforms into a 6/5. What's its backside? It's a 6/5 with menace on its backside. Stuff that transformed, I was willing to give a little bit of leeway. What are you doing? I did not say you could do that. Go away. So transforms into a 6/5. I was willing to give that a little bit of leeway. Stuff that transforms based on what it was otherwise. There were some other places where I was willing to give a little leeway. Boarding Party, for example, 6 mana, 6/3 with haste, with Cascade. So I'm attacking for 6, and I'm getting something else that costs 5 or less. Chances are I'm hitting another creature. Let's see here. It's under details, isn't it? Yeah, I've got 49 creatures in this deck. Blood Rage Brawler. 2 mana for 4/3. Enters the battlefield, discard a card. Okay. I'm probably discarding a creature, but whatever. I also get to choose what I'm discarding. But yeah, stuff that transforms, like I said, I'm willing to give a little bit of leeway. Occasionally giving a little bit of leeway elsewhere. Um, but beyond that, my general rule of thumb was it had to have power at least equal to its mana value, toughness at least equal to its mana value. One had to be bigger. I think for 5 I started running out of trouble, so I actually ended up pulling up Thunderblast as basically a ball lightning. Which is basically a 5 mana 7/2 with haste, that when it dies, it comes back as a 6/1 haste trample. So I was okay with that because I got 2 uses out of it. And then 37, 38, 39, no, 37, 38, 38 lands, and then 4 things that fetch lands. Yeah, Soul Ring. Literally my only 1-drop in the deck. But also because I don't start until turn 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And probably like half the remaining rest of this. So probably we'll say like 10 of my lands will come and play tapped. I'm fine with that. I'm playing an aggro deck that starts on 2. Okay. Inferno Elemental. 6 mana for 4/4. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, this deals 3 damage to that creature. Those who wish to invade our monastery, please take it up with my servant, Chandra Lanar. Yeah. Chandra and Jaya, both known to be snarky. Notice that damage is dealt before combat damage. This damage is dealt after blockers are declared. This is a creature that you generally want to you want to let through as often as possible. This is a creature that can potentially kill creatures that have got first strike or double strike, or Hubble strike. Send off in the comments if you get that reference. Because this is before combat damage starts getting figured out and assigned and all that other jazz. This happens during the declare blockers step. Blockers are declared, then triggers happen and people can respond. Heaven forbid you get, an effect like lure on this card. Yeah. Like this. Originally looked like this. 6th edition. 7th edition. Wonder why they changed to that for 10th edition. M12. Yeah, I don't get it. Anyway, but yeah, lure all creatures able to block enchant creature do so. You throw that on a card like Inferno Elemental, and then before combat damage even happens, this goes zot 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 zot, and is going to kill a bunch of them. Give this guy trample, and if your opponent is, if the person you're attacking is playing like a random token deck, like squirrels or something like that, you're basically going to kill all those creatures. And then because it's got trample, and there's nothing around to block him anymore, cannot then progress and deal the extra can deal the 4 damage to the defending player or planeswalker. So yeah, don't forget about synergies like that. If you're playing an elemental deck, I'd at least be I think it's at least worth consideration. Yawning Fisher, 5 mana sorcery, each opponent sacks a land of their choice. Sure. 2 mana more than Stone Rain. But you don't get to choose what gets blown up. They do. But each of them, you don't get hit. Everyone else gets hit. But they get to choose what land gets blown up. Honestly, I would rather have a card like Raise or is it Rough and Tumble I'm thinking of? No, not Dead Gone, Rough and Tumble. Planar Chaos. uh Boom and Bust. I would rather play a card like Boom and Bust, where you get to choose what lands get blown up, or just blow up everything. Because, again, for 1 more mana over Yawning Fisher, you get to blow up all lands. This is, in a manner of speaking, this is too little too late. This is 5 mana to make everyone choose the land that they want to sacrifice. It's not worth it. Because for around that cost, you can blow up all lands. Or at least blow up multiple lands. Wildfire, Destructive Flow, etc., etc. And also start wiping creatures at that point, too. Fiery Hellhound, on the other hand, I've always liked this card. 3 mana for 2/2. Because keep in mind, historically, a 2/2 creature in red was still red plus 2. If you're lucky, you might get like, by this point, you might get like a 2/3. This was generally the cost of Herloon Minotaur. I'll get there eventually. And that was typically a standard for a very long time. So losing a point of toughness over Hurloon Minotaur, but gaining fire breathing. If you consider fire breathing itself was 1 red to give a creature plus enchanted creature +1/+0 to land a turn, i.e., red to cast, and then so red to cast, and then this ability on enchanted creature. You're then looking at 2 mana for a 2/2. Okay, I'll take that all day long. Am I playing Dog Tribal and I'm in red? Sure. Am I playing Elemental Tribal and I'm in red? Sure. Am I playing a dog? There's just so. This is one of those cards that I am willing to put in a deck just because I like the card. Even if it's not going to be good, and I can find ways to make it good. Capricious Efreet. What I said about Yawning Fisher a moment ago, for an extra red mana, you get a 6/4 at the beginning of your upkeep. Choose 2 target non-land permanents you control and up to 2. Sorry, choose target non-land permanent you control, so one of yours, and up to 2 target non-land and up to 2 target non-land permanents you don't control. Destroy 1 at random. So you can't blow up land, but you can blow up anything else, including enchantments. This has 3 targets when it goes on the stack. Well, sorry, up to 3 targets when it goes on the stack. As long as at least one of them is still legal when it goes to resolve, you're good. So, here's the fun part. Ability goes on a stack. For the target that I control, I'll choose this clue token. For the targets that, the targets that I don't control, I'll choose that enchantment and that illusion. Oh, illusion got targeted. Sorry, you have to sacrifice it. Oh. In response, I'll crack my clue token. In response to this ability, this ability is now on the stack. Crack the clue token. Hey, cool. Guess what? There's an enchantment left. I have to choose one at target at random to get blown up. That's the only thing that's left available. So I guess 1 through 6 on this D6, I'm blowing that up. So yes, this gives red a way to blow up enchantments. Not easily. You ideally have to do some manipulation, but it can do it. So this gives red to blow up the ability to blow up. This is basically like a introduction to Annihilation that destroys instead of exiles. But in a red manner. People need to play this more. If you're playing red and you want to be able to blow up stuff that you have trouble dealing with, this can blow up creatures. This can blow up enchantments. Play some cards that allow you to bounce permanents. In some manner of speaking. Or flicker things or exile things or whatever in response and whatever. And then you can go, hey, by the way, that dies. This is so good. Goblin Artillery. You're probably playing this because it's a goblin. It's fine. Most goblins get their turn firing the catapult, but few achieve the coveted title of ammunition holder. Orcish artillery. 2 red plus 1. 1, 3. 2 damage to any target, 3 damage to you. Goblin artillery. 2 red plus 1. 1, 3. 2 damage to any target, 3 damage to you. If you're playing with a card like this, try and keep your life total high enough. A card like, I know I keep going the same. Well, this happens a lot. Welcome to my stream. A card like Bassus Collar, giving extra, giving something lifelink. I Loxodon and Warhammer could have worked just as well. What's the Loxodon Warhammer I'm thinking of? Yeah, lifelink. Would work just as well, etc. And, then it'll be, well, the 3 damage to you, you gain that back. And then 2 damage to any target. Okay, cool. You gain that life. And you go from there. If you're not doing that, you got to be very cautious how you use this, because 13 activations is 39 damage. 13 activations will Zod a lot of things, but it's really easy to get to 13 activations, especially if you've got ways to additionally untap it. So I would say, plus, opponents trying to Zot you in the meantime with other things, attacks and whatever. So keep your eyes open on that. It's okay to use stuff like that once in a while. Be careful you don't go overboard. Burst of speed. If you're looking for a red card to give your stuff haste till end of turn, there's better options. In fact, you can even do it in colorless fairly efficiently. Crashing Drawbridge. 2 mana, 0 forward defender. Tapped creatures you control gain haste till end of turn. Or Tuk Tuk Rubble Fort. If you're playing Tuk Tuk Rubble Fort, you almost might as well play Fervor. But this is a common. That's a 0/3 with, sure, it's got Defender, but it's also got Reach, so it can block flyers. Creatures you control have haste. Why are you running Burst of Speed? There's even stuff that does what this does, and cantrips. Mana value equal 1. Song of Totentance. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. At 2 mana, you get Better Reunion to play with. Draconox Engineer. Goro has an activate ability. Viashino Lash Claw has got an activate ability that lets you pitch a card to do it. You have options. Plus, not only that, it is unlikely that you need to give all your creatures haste till end of turn. Usually, it's just one at a time. Magma Phoenix. Well, here's one way to burn out your opponents. When it dies, 3 damage to each creature and each player. It's It's a 5 mana 3/3 flyer. That extra 3 damage to everybody and everything is actually quite a bit. Find a way to give this thing Death Touch in response, you suddenly have a Wrath of God on tap. 5 mana, return from a graveyard to your hand. Phoenixes often have some kind of interesting stipulation on when or how you can bring them back. This just says, no, pay 5 mana, bring me back. You're playing Phoenix Tribal? I would say this is one of the better ones. Seismic Strike. 3 mana instant damage to target creature equal to the number of mountains you control. If you're playing this, you should be playing heavy on the red. You don't have to play mono red, but you should be leaning heavily towards red, or at the very least, have a deck that can feasibly support Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. Sorry, had to stop and think what their names were. You do that, you can go, cool, that can take 15. What? But again, you're paying 3 mana to deal damage to a creature. Pay an extra mana. Do not care about how many lands you've got or whatever, and run a card like Aftershock. Or run another effect that can just outright kill a creature. Again, I've said this before and I'll say it again, and I'll keep repeating, I'll keep beating the same drum. Red does not need burn to be able to kill creatures. It is common, it is typical. It's, you know, if you can take the burn and throw it elsewhere instead of just to a creature, great. This is part of what makes Lightning Bolt actually decent. If the card that can do burn has other options as well, fine. But if you're doing this, just run Aftershock. Save yourself the hassle. Act of Treason. This is one of those cards that you keep hearing people mention, like Sinkhole or Counterspell or Bolt, as in Lightning Bolt, or Grey Ogre, or these are names for cards that have specific effects to the part where it's being used as a shortcut for this effect. Act of Treason, 3 mana sorcery. Yoink somebody's creature till end of turn, give it haste. It's untapped. That allows you to do things like attack with somebody else's creature. This on a mass mode is Insurrection, even if it's something other than the card Insurrection that does it, etc., etc., etc. There are slightly better cards than Act of Treason for this slot, but I don't know many. There's one from, let's see here, block. Let's go Ether Vault, because I can't remember the proper one for Kaladesh. Gain control of ID equal red. Hijack. Yeah. Hijack, exact same card. Slightly harder to cast, because it's double red plus 1. But you can also gain control of an artifact. Carries Zev's expertise. Same thing as Hijack. Higher rarity. But instead of stealing a creature, you can also steal a vehicle. And then, because it's from the Cycle of Expertises in that set, you can cast a spell that costs less than what this does, i.e. this costs 3. You can cast something that's 2 or less from your hand without paying its mana cost. Probably would not bother with Wrangle in general. Costs 1 less mana. Has a restriction that the creature has to have power 4 or less. But Hijack and carries Zed's expertise. Definitely worth playing if you're considering an active treason if you're considering a card like active treason. But active treason itself is still fine. Burning Inquiry. You're probably running this because you want to dig through your deck for certain things. You're trying to fill your graveyard. You're trying to burn your opponent's faces off because making them drawing extra cards. Whatever. Goblin Chieftain. You're paying goblins. This gives your goblins haste and a +1/+1. This is a lord. Green cards. Bramble Creeper. Never been fond of this card. Because it's when it goes off, it's a 5 mana 5/3. Okay, and if you are using this for something, you want to duplicate its triggered ability. You want to give it trample. You want to make sure it can get through for damage. This thing, if it was a 0/3 with trample, I would have been much happier with this. Emerald Oryx. 4 mana for 2/3 with Forest Walk. We don't really see land walk of any sort these days. Forest Walk, I think, was probably the most common. Forest Walk, Swamp Walk, saw a fair bit of play. Island Walk, a bit. Mountain Walk, a bit. Plains Walk, almost none. And then some unusual walks. Snow-covered land walk, legendary land walk, non-basic land walk, etc. But realistically, it was Forest Walk and Swamp Walk by a country mile. And I would say, without doing any research, I would say Forest Walk probably was the most common one overall. But 4 mana for 2/3 with Forest Walk. Again, it's easy to get Forest Walk enabled because somebody just has to play Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. You get one of those in your deck, everything turns on and it starts getting silly. If you were building a green heavy unblockable deck, giving people forests is not actually hard. If everybody gets one forest somehow, my Dryad comes to mind. 3 mana for 2/1 with Forest Walk. When it enters, you may search your library for a forest card, put it onto the battlefield tapped under target player's control, then shuffle. It has Forest Walk. Comes into play. You dig through your deck for a forest, give it to somebody else so the Dryad can walk through. If you're building that sort of deck, A, play extra lands. B, start having a bunch of creatures with Forest Walk. The problem is, as a 2/3, the 2 power is much more irrelevant. The 3 is meh. I want to see the biggest Forest Walk you can get. Power greater than 2. Sort by Cooler. 2, basically. 3, something else. 3, 5. All creatures gain Forest Walk. That's, oh, All creatures gain full. Oh. Ooh. No. 3, 3, 4, 3, 3. Okay. So 3 is not unreasonable. Three is not unreasonable. Uh, you can get up to 5, but 3 is probably where you're topping out. Okay. Actually, let's do that and then power equal to. Yeah, Elite Cat Warrior, which was Portal and the list for 2, 3. Myriad Cat Warrior keyword soup on her. Yeah. All right. Yeah, if you're building based on that, you might end up actually having to run Emerald on Oryx, though I wouldn't be excited to. Stampeding Rhino, 5 mana for 4/4 with Trample. Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Uh, yeah, it's okay. Nowadays, you can get, I mean, nowadays you're getting like, you should be able to get at least a 5/4 Trample by now. Probably even a 5/5. You're playing red, or sorry, you're playing green. Why not? That being said, if I'm playing this, I'm not playing it in. I'm not playing it. If I'm playing this, I'm not playing it in Rhino Tribal specifically. I'm playing this in an animal-based deck. What? 5-color. My 5-color deck, as I like to call it. 3 tickets to the zoo, please. There are 55 creatures in the deck, including my commander. Something like 50 of them are literally just animals. They are not sentient, they are animals. This is a bird. This is a dinosaur. This is an elephant. This is a cat. You know, this is an otter. This is a whale. None of these are, like, they may have an ability of some sort. But they're not, like, a cat folk. They're not a, a lion folk. They're not a loxodon, which is basically a humanoid elephant, etc., etc. These are animals. Hey, Shomanucci, you still around? Oh yeah, this deck is very much based around these are animals. This is why I'm running Pathbreaker Ibex or Ibex as a Crater Hoof analog, because Crater Hoof Behemoth is, I think, a beast or something. Crater Hoof, yeah, which is just a very generic category that doesn't say anything. If it was listed as a dinosaur, I might actually allow it in this deck. Endray's Forerunners, I think I have here. Yeah, Endray's Forerunners, it's a boar, i.e. it's a pig. So I have that, and I have Pathbreaker Ibex basically as crater hoof analogs so that I can turn around and smash through for extra damage. But yeah, this entire list is almost every single creature that you see is going to be an animal. I have to keep reiterating that point. They are there to be the kind of stuff that uh, does exist on Earth or could have existed on or did exist on Earth in types of in terms of creature types. The zoo staff, these are like the few exceptions that I allow. That and other and even here I wanted them to be ideally, you know, more things that would fit in. So Elspeth, giving my stuff indestructible. 10th District Hero gives my stuff indestructible. Arlen Cord. she's a werewolf. I figured she makes sense to fit in. Urbrast the Hidden gives your stuff haste and makes your opponent's stuff enter tapped. Voya, Jaws of the Conclave. Even if this big paragraph does nothing, like even if there's no other creatures that fit either of these, I'm like, okay, 5 mana, 5/5, vigilance, trample, ward 3, which means hard to kill, and will draw me a card when it comes into play. Or sorry, when it attacks. Plague Mob Beast, the only beast that I allowed, as far as I remember, because I can proliferate with it. And even my ramp, see all this ramp? This is all fox, dinosaur, not an artifact creature fox, just fox, dinosaur, spider, hippopotamus, bird. Oh yeah, and Lone Larva belongs down here as well. That's in the wrong spot. Yeah, this is very much based on animals. So if I'm building a deck of that nature, and I'm considering stampeding rhino, it's a rhino. It's not a rhino monk. It's not a rhino soldier. It's not a no. It's a rhino. That's where I see putting a card like that. But I'd be wanting to play Rhino Tribal, but ruling out anything that had a class to it. Then I could see playing Stampeding Rhino. Mist Leopard. 4 mana for a 3/2 with Shroud. The problem with Shroud is the fact that it stops even you from being able to target it, which means if you want to put something on it, you have to find non-targeted ways around it, or find ways to temporarily disable Shroud, which is conceivable. I think there's a couple of cards that'll allow that. Probably the easiest way I can think of to bypass that is have a bunch of auras in your graveyard, cast a card like Replenish to bring them all back into play. Because they're coming to play from the graveyard, but they're auras, you get to attach them to a thing that they could enchant, but you only target with an aura when you cast an aura. If it comes into play by other means, it doesn't target. So that's an option. So you could throw a You could throw an aura onto it, uh, like glacial plating or you know, uh, something. Diplomatic immunity. Well, diplomatic immunity would be pointless, but you get the point. Uh, and have them attached that way. Other than that, this is a 3/2 that dies to bumping into combat against anything else. But any global effects are going to be really fun. Like have this in play, and I don't know, levitation, or wonder in your graveyard and a island in play. And suddenly now it's like, cool, I got a 3/2 flyer with Shroud. Enjoy dealing with that thing. So, uh, I would generally recommend away from Shroud. Play Hexproof instead if you can. But sometimes, a creature with Shroud is the better option. Entangling Vines. This is not an ability that you normally see. This is not an ability. This is not an ability you normally see in green. Whoops. Homelands have the original printing that I can think of for a card like this. Roots, 1 green plus 3, enchant creature without flying. When this enters, tap enchanted creature, and it doesn't untap normally. Same cost. Can hit a flying creature. Doesn't give you the ability to tap it, but the creature doesn't untap normally. I think I actually want a copy of this for my mono green control deck. I may have one floating around. I'll have to go hunting for it. But I think a card like this would be funny because this is not an effect people expect in green. You know what? O:(paste ID equal green. Yeah, there's literally only the 2 cards. That's funny. They are similar. They both have this main line of text. Roots can only hit a non-flyer, but taps it. And Entangling Vines doesn't tap it, but can hit a flyer. I think I want the Entangling Vines. That's funny. Yeah, you're playing a mono green control deck, or you're just playing a deck that does things in a weird color. So maybe you're a deck that's running blue, and you're playing with counter spells, but your counter spells are in white. Or your primary card draw comes out of red. And your white is for exile based removal. And if you're doing that sort of weirdness, then yeah, you play Entangling Vines and probably Roots as well. Cudgel Troll, how much of a troll do you want to be? Lol. 4 mana, 4/3, green to regenerate. Regenerate does not get enough love. People are playing with Indestructible instead. There are the few times that regenerate is better. Indestructible usually takes over. Indestructible is usually better. There's the rare time when you'd rather have regenerate. Speaking of regenerate, one green plus 1, instant regenerate target creature. Formerly known as Death Ward, and in white, and 1 less mana. Yeah. I would play Cudgel Troll. Regenerate, there are better options for that slot. Um, Rapid Vigor. For the exact same cost, regenerate each creature you control rather than regenerate target creature. If you want target, play regeneration. Originally, all the way back from like alpha. Aura, enchant creature, green, regenerate enchanted creature. If you're going to play regenerate, play Rapid Vigor or regeneration instead. Colonian Hydra, or sorry, Colonian Behemoth. Colonian Hydra. This is where I'm okay playing this creature with Shroud. It is a 7 mana 9/9 with Shroud. Good luck trying to kill this thing without a Wrath effect. This comes into play. You're going to need some kind of mass removal to kill it. And if I've got a couple of creatures of this line, you know, a good sized creature, like I would say probably a 5/5 or bigger. If I've got something that big that has Shroud, my opponents are going to start wasting. Well, I shouldn't say wasting, but they're going to start spending mass removal just to kill one creature. And a 9/9 that only cost me 7 mana that has Shroud, they're going to go, crap, where's my Wrath of God? Where's my Day of Judgment? Where's my Damnation? Where's my? Great Sable Stag. Pro Blue and Pro Black, which means, amongst other things, can't be targeted or blocked by either of those colors. And it can't be countered. There is one deck that I have this for, and it is literally this first line. Can't be countered. I am building a deck that is Gruul. That is literally see all these cards here? These 28 cards on this list, they all have that same line. This can't be countered. And some of them go a step further and say, hey, other stuff that you've got can't be countered. Yeah, the entire deck, even the handful of cards that I, that draw me cards, say something about can't be countered. In the meantime, this stuff counters other stuff. My removal, generally speaking, says can't be countered, etc., etc. Yeah. It's still worth playing on its own, like in decks that don't do that. I don't remember if it's in 3 Tickets to the Zoo, please. It might be. But if it's not, it's a viable addition to that deck. It's a 3 mana, 3/3 with protection from 2 colors and can't be countered. This is debatably better than Shroud or Hexproof because it is much harder for those colors to remove in the first place. But red, green, and white can, no big deal. They've got their ways. Awakener Druid. Awakener Druid was always kind of weird. 3 mana for a 1/1, but you look at one of your lands and go, by the way, that's now a 4/5 tree folk. What? That's now a 4/5 tree folk. As long as I'm in play, that's a 4/5 tree folk. Oh. Really, really like this card. It's a little bit like it's a little bit like an early. Well, I was gonna say it's kind of like Badger Mole Cub. It's nothing like Badger Mole Cub, but slightly like Earthbending a land, except the land doesn't, get the, it doesn't become a thing with counters. It's just, hey, by the way, this is now this. Also, it's a 4/5, which is a little odd. If you're playing Tree Folk, you might want to be considering it. If you're playing Druids, it's worth a shot. I wonder, did I put you in Selesnya Druids? I know I. No, it's a body. It's not you. You are life. You make Druids. No. Nope. Nope. Uh. Nope. You would have been here. Nope. Rampashy stuff. Nope. Okay. Nope. Because I was looking for things under certain categories and it didn't fall in any of the categories I was looking into. That doesn't mean I think it's a bad card. It just didn't fit into any of the nice slots that I was looking at that time. Still perfectly viable option. Oaken form. Again, if you manage to reanimate this onto, you know, if you manage to bring this back into play with a Mist Leopard out from the graveyard, thunk, you can enchant it, and suddenly this 3/2 Shroud is now a 6/5 Shroud with an aura on it, and you go, oh crap, now what? Oaken form. There's other cards I would play instead of this. I can't remember what it's called, but Dredge type aura. Mortar Vine Cloak. Literally the exact same card with Dredge 2. Which means if it's ever in your graveyard and you go to draw a card, you can mill 2 cards instead. As long as you've got at least 2 cards in your library, you can mill 2 cards to put this back in your hand. If this card is more important to get your hands on than whatever the top 2 cards of your deck are, yeah, you do that. It's literally Oaken form otherwise. But because it's got additional options, as I mentioned before, it has additional options. Play this before you play Oaken form. Any other way you can find to get stats that are really close, that are about the same cost? Ideally, if they do something else in addition. If you're looking for basically a permanent giant growth, look into options. But it's a reasonable starting point. But get the Mortar Vine Cloak first. And again, Ravnica Remastered, it's 7 cents. If you want both, M19, also 7 cents. So 14 cents you can get both of them. Just be careful with the kind of cards that you're putting them on. Not saying don't play them, but just like, for example, my mono red auras deck, mono red auras Voltron with Squee. Whoops, that's the wrong deck. Excuse you. Thank you. Squee, I'm running because if he's in my graveyard on my upkeep, I can bring him back. And the first auras I grabbed are a suite of auras that when the aura hits the graveyard, can come back in a hand. Or if the creature's about to die, I can return them back to hand. or in the case of cards like Escape Velocity, gives me a way to recast it from the graveyard. Those are the first auras I play. If you're playing a deck with auras, having recurable auras is a great boon. Having a second way to get them back somehow is nice. And then having some auras that are just, then you want auras that will actually deal at, help the creature you're enchanting deal a healthy amount of damage. Oaken form falls in there. 3 mana, +3/+3. It's good enough to play, in my opinion, in an auras deck. Hey, Smite. Wow, you're late tonight. No one not restarting the stream for you. You're too late for that. Centaur Cursor. Centaur Cursor, I think the only reason I would play this is if I'm playing a Centaur based deck. Otherwise, it just doesn't do enough. Like, if I am playing a 3/3 with no abilities, I'm probably, if I'm playing mono green, I'm probably playing one that's actually slightly more difficult to cast. Because that allows more pips, like more green pips. Like Gnarled Mass, as an example. 2 green +1 for a 3/3. But that's 2 greens on a permanent in play. Which means if I have anything that cares about devotion, as an example, devotion, chroma, stuff of that nature, this donates 2, this donates 1. This is actually more useful in that context. Also, Trained Armadon, same thing. And if I'm not playing with anything like that, then they're interchangeable. But for 3 mana, power greater than 3, ID equal green, mana value equals 3. Leatherback Baloth, Alpine Grizzly and Nebraska Frillback are they roughly average to a 3/3, but 4 power is going to be slightly more relevant. Elvish Ranger, eh. And what about toughness? And then you're looking at Closedon Yearling and Spined Karok, which are also 2/4s, which again average out to a 3/3. You have options. Obviously, you go with a Baloth first. It is the biggest creature you can get at that point. Okay. Almost done. Artifacts. There's only 3. Mirror Fate. You basically play this in a combo deck. You play this in a combo deck where it's like, okay, the game needs to end now. Pay 5, tap and sack this artifact. Choose up to 7 face-up exile cards you own. Keep in mind, exile, you don't have your own exile zone. Everything is in the same. It is technically in the same area. Kind of like how the battlefield, it's like, it's not I have one battlefield, Smite's got another one, and Shomanuchi's got no, it's one battlefield. It's just this is on my side, this is on your side, this is on your side, etc. Exile, same thing. Cards, unless the effect doing so says otherwise, when they're exiled, are exiled face up. So, you need up to 7 cards that have been exiled for whatever reason, and you could have done this to yourself. Up to 7 cards that are exiled. You exile your library, take those 7 cards. That's now your new library. However, you get to choose the order it's in. Because put the chosen cards on top of your library. Well, they're all going to the same place. Since it doesn't say shuffle or whatever, you get to choose the order. Kind of like how when all your creatures go to the graveyard, you actually get to choose the order that they are put into the graveyard. It is rare that you actually want a card like this. Sometimes this is exactly what you need. Hilariously, because this is sacrificed and it says nothing about the graveyard, there's ways to get to recur this. Also doesn't say anything about the battlefield. So you could have, for example, Shroom the Hegemon. Flicker that, get 7 cards. You know, and you could just keep repeating the same loop every time, getting 7 new cards that you want, playing some of them, etc., etc. It doesn't have to be played as combo. It's probably going to be played as combo, but it can be played. Mage Bane Arbor. This is funny. 3 mana, 2 to equip. Quick creature gets +2/+4 and loses flying. What? And you can stack dice triggers how you want. Yep. Prevent all non-combat damage to be dealt to a equipped creature. If the creature, instead of having flying, has got reach, losing flying doesn't make it any less useful. Prevent all non-combat damage to be dealt to a crit creature. There are some cards you're going to want that for. There are some cards you're not going to want it for. It's not that good on, for example, Phyrexian Vindicator? Vindicator. It's not that good on Phyrexian Vindicator. It doesn't do anything you're actually looking for. In fact, the fact that it loses flying and it's preventing non-combat damage can actually be a drawback when it comes to Phyrexian Vindicator. I'm not sure I've got the name right. I want to say Vindicator. I am saying Vindicator. Am I looking at the right card? Yes, Vindicator. Okay. That being said, if there's just somebody that you want to keep protected and doesn't have flying, for example, potentially your general, this can help a lot. This is not terrible in a Voltron deck. If you do not have a way to give your general flying. Gorgon Flail, +1/+1 Death Touch. Again, one of those cards that I keep forgetting exists when I go to look at Death Touch, because my brain automatically defaults to Basilisk Collar. There's Gorgon Flail, and I think the other one might be Gorgon Mask. Gorgon's Head. Which is 1 less to cast, same equip cost, does not give +1/+1. Obviously, you play the flail. You only run the head if you absolutely have to. But I mean, compare that to Basilisk Collar, which is 1 to cast, 2 to equip, i.e., the same cost as Gorgon Flail. And instead of getting +1/+1, it gets lifelink. So, and then lands. We all know about the 5 check lands. Are you on a budget? You should be playing them. Are you looking for dual lands that are reasonable but not silly? You should play them. You should basically play these every feasible, reasonable opportunity you can, especially since, like, M13 is 57 cents. Like, is there a reason not to play these? Like, an actual, legit, viable reason. Gargoyle Castle. I just realized I should put Gargoyle Castle. Yeah, I'm just realizing this now. I should put this in my mono blue my mono blue ramp deck because it has Crucible of Worlds in it. You combine this with Crucible of Worlds, you go 5 tap sack, make a 3/4 flying token. You do this every turn, and for essentially 6 mana, because 5 other plus sacrificing this, you're making a 3/4 flyer. And you sit there and you do this every turn. And if you want to do this the normal way, you do this in a green deck that lets you play extra lands from your, that lets you play additional lands every turn. And lets you play lands from your graveyard. And then basically, cool, I've got 37 mana. Okay, I'll make and I can play, I've got like 6 extra land drops a turn. Cool. I'll just make 6 of these. No big deal. What? So yeah, that's it. So let's see here. I think for the next while, I may plow through and do M11 to M16, or as it's actually called, Magic Origins. I think I'll polish off the core sets. Then we jump to M19, 20. I can't remember if there was a 21. Probably hit up Foundations. So that'll cover us to, let me think here, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, quote unquote. 17 and 18 didn't exist. 19, 20, I'm 21. There was a 21. Okay. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Origins. 19, 20, 21. Foundations. So I think 10 more weeks. I'm going to plow through the core sets. The remaining core sets. So that means 27. 4, 8, 9, 10, So that'll cover us till about mid-April. That'll cover us till about early to mid-April. So, at that point, then we get to jump back to... We did Alara. I think after that is Zendikar. uh... 2010. No. 2010. Yeah, Zendikar is next. So in April, I get to do Zendikar. That should be interesting. Alright. We'll see you guys next week, and keep in mind for what I am doing, I am looking at stuff that is not reprints. So M11, there's less cards. Because M10 was, I think, 110 or 111. 98. 107. M13. The first time we hit the card, murder. Also some other popular cards like Krenko Mob Boss. But yeah. Yeah, M11. The first time we have Cultivate, this Rasir, the Titans, Leyline of Anticipation, a lot of cards that you probably should be familiar with by now. Of course, we're not looking at those. We're going to be starting off with Rotting Legion. Actually, we're going to be starting off with Squadron Hawk, which is incredibly hard to make work. You need to play a specific version of the game of Commander to be able to make it work. Otherwise, no. Anyway, see you guys next week. Pasta la pizza, everyone. So long, thanks for all the fish, etc. Good night.